Gia, the Draconis diplomat, despised Earth with every fiber of her being. But as chaos erupted at the Galactic Federation's annual summit, it was a human soldier who stepped up to save her life. The Grand Hall of the summit, a testament to Earth's architectural prowess, now stands in ruins. Shattered glass crunches underfoot as diplomats from across the galaxy scramble for cover. Gia's impassioned speech denouncing humanity's inclusion in the Federation still echoes through the minds of those present. Her words, broadcast to every corner of known space, painted Earth as a primitive, warmongering planet unworthy of galactic citizenship. As the last syllables of her inflammatory remarks fade, a group of extremist aliens storm the hall. Their demands ring out above the panicked screams. Earth's immediate expulsion from the Federation. Chaos reigns supreme as security forces clash with the intruders, energy weapons discharging in brilliant flashes of light. Gia finds herself separated from her security detail, her scales gleaming with sweat as she ducks behind an overturned podium. Her eyes, adapted for the dim light of her homeworld, struggle to make sense of the mayhem surrounding her. The extremists close in, their alien features contorted with determination. Sergeant Gabriel King, a human soldier assigned to Earth's delegation, spots Gia's predicament from across the room. Without hesitation, he springs into action, his combat training kicking in as he weaves through the bedlam. Gabriel neutralizes several attackers with precise strikes, his movements fluid and purposeful. Gia's eyes widen as she sees the human approach. Fear and distrust war within her, but the imminent threat of capture by the extremists leaves her no choice. Gabriel reaches her just as an alien hand grasps for her ornate robes. In one swift motion, he pulls her behind a fallen piece of debris, shielding her from a barrage of energy bolts. "Stay down," Gabriel commands, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. He assesses their situation, keenly aware that they're outnumbered and outgunned. His eyes dart around the room, searching for an escape route. A service corridor catches his attention. It leads to the building's lower levels, offering their best chance for survival. Gabriel turns to Gia, noting the shock and reluctance in her alien features. "I know you don't trust humans," he says, "but right now, I'm your best shot at getting out of here alive. There's a maintenance tunnel through that door. It's our only option." Gia hesitates, her earlier words condemning humanity ringing hollow in the face of this soldier's bravery. She nods, accepting his lead. Gabriel guides them through the chaos, his knowledge of the building's layout proving invaluable. They skirt the main conflict areas, encountering groups of panicked diplomats and overwhelmed security personnel. Gabriel remains focused on his self-imposed mission, getting Gia to safety. As they approach the service corridor entrance, two armed extremists come into view, guarding the locked door. Gabriel's mind races, formulating a plan to neutralize the threat without alerting others. With practiced efficiency, he takes out both guards, clearing their path to potential safety. The electronic lock poses the next challenge. Gabriel works to bypass it while Gia keeps watch, the sounds of battle intensifying above them. As the door finally yields to Gabriel's efforts, a larger group of extremists rounds the corner. "Move!" Gabriel shouts, pushing Gia through the doorway. He follows closely behind, narrowly avoiding a hail of energy weapon fire. The door seals shut, temporarily halting their pursuers. They find themselves in a dimly lit maintenance tunnel, the complex network of passages stretching out before them. As they catch their breath, the weight of their situation settles in. Gabriel, the embodiment of humanity's resilience and courage, now stands as Gia's protector and guide. Her hatred for Earth, once so certain, begins to waver in the face of this unexpected act of heroism. The fate of Earth's standing in the Galactic Federation hangs in the balance as they prepare to navigate the treacherous path ahead. For Gia, this harrowing journey may not only lead to physical safety, but also to a profound reevaluation of her views on humanity and their place among the stars. The sealed door behind them barely muffled the sounds of pursuit as Gabriel and Gia plunged into the dimly lit maintenance tunnel. The complex network of passages stretched out before them, a labyrinth of shadows and uncertainty. "This way," Gabriel whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. He moved with purpose, years of military training evident in every step. Gia followed closely, her scales gleaming faintly in the low light. As they navigated the winding corridors, the disorienting nature of the tunnels became apparent. Gabriel relied on his internal compass, making split-second decisions at each intersection. The air grew thick and stale as they descended deeper into the bowels of the summit building. Suddenly, Gabriel raised a hand, signaling Gia to stop. Voices echoed from an adjacent passageway, growing louder with each passing second. Without hesitation, Gabriel yanked open a nearby door, revealing a cramped supply closet. "In here," he hissed, ushering Gia inside before squeezing in himself. The door clicked shut just as a group of armed extremists rounded the corner, their boots thudding against the metal floor. Gabriel and Gia stood motionless, barely daring to breathe as the patrol passed by. The closet was suffocatingly small, forcing them into uncomfortable proximity. Gia's alien features were inches from Gabriel's face, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something else, a grudging respect for the human's quick thinking. As the sound of footsteps faded, Gabriel noticed Gia's labored breathing. Her chest heaved unnaturally, and a faint wheezing sound escaped her lips. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. Gia shook her head, struggling to form words. "Your atmosphere. It's too heavy. My lungs." Gabriel cursed under his breath. In the chaos of their escape, he had forgotten about the physiological differences between their species. Earth's atmosphere, while perfect for humans, was proving toxic to the Draconis diplomat. "We need to find you some better air," Gabriel muttered, carefully opening the closet door and peering out into the tunnel. "Come on, we'll take it slow." Their pace decreased significantly as they continued their journey. Gabriel kept a watchful eye on Gia, noting her deteriorating condition with growing concern. They needed to find a solution and fast. As if in answer to their predicament, Gabriel spotted a familiar symbol on a nearby door, the universal sign for medical assistance. "In here," he said, guiding Gia towards the emergency medical station. The small room was lined with shelves containing various medical supplies, most designed for off-world visitors. Gabriel's eyes darted from item to item until he found what he was looking for, a portable atmospheric regulator. "This should help," he said, activating the device and holding it up to Gia's face. A soft hum filled the air as the regulator began to work, creating a bubble of breathable atmosphere around the Draconis diplomat. Gia's breathing eased almost immediately, her posture relaxing as her lungs filled with familiar gases. "Thank you," she said, her voice tinged with surprise at the human's considerate action. Their moment of respite was short-lived. Alarms began blaring throughout the tunnels, the harsh sound reverberating off the metal walls. Gabriel's expression hardened as he realized the implications. "They're initiating a lockdown," he explained, his mind racing through potential escape routes. "We need to move now." As they exited the medical station, they found their path blocked by a series of closing bulkheads. Gabriel's eyes darted around, searching for an alternative. His gaze landed on a narrow opening near the floor, an access point to the building's waste management system. "It's not ideal, but it's our only option," Gabriel said, gesturing towards the odorous passage. Gia's face contorted in disgust, but she nodded in agreement. As they squeezed through the opening, the pungent smell assaulted their senses. Gabriel led the way, his military-issued boots splashing through unspeakable substances. To his surprise, Gia followed without complaint. Her initial revulsion gave way to a stoic tenacity that mirrored Gabriel's own tenacity. As they navigated the nauseating passageways, Gabriel couldn't help but admire the diplomat's adaptability. Their progress came to an abrupt halt as they encountered a sealed bulkhead blocking their path. Gabriel examined the locking mechanism, his brow furrowing in frustration. "It's beyond my skills," he admitted, stepping back from the imposing barrier. To his astonishment, Gia moved forward, her eyes scanning the alien technology with practiced ease. "I can bypass this," she said, her fingers dancing across the control panel. Gabriel watched in amazement as Gia manipulated the complex system, her expertise in xenotechnology evident in every movement. Within minutes, the bulkhead hissed open, revealing the path ahead. As they continued their escape, snippets of communication crackled through nearby speakers. The situation above ground had escalated, with reports of casualties among both human and alien diplomats. The extremists had turned the summit's own defense systems against the authorities, creating a nightmare scenario. Gabriel and Gia exchanged a look of grim understanding. Their survival was no longer just about personal safety. It had become crucial to exposing the truth about the attack and potentially salvaging Earth's standing in the Galactic Federation. The waste management system eventually led them to a maintenance hatch. Gabriel carefully pushed it open, revealing the vast expanse of the building's underground parking facility. Rows of alien and human vehicles stretched out before them, offering potential means of escape. Gabriel's eyes locked onto a familiar sight, a human military transport vehicle. "There," he whispered, pointing towards their potential salvation. But as they moved to approach the vehicle, movement caught Gabriel's eye. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter of the parking facility, their weapons at the ready. The extremists had established a tight cordon, making any attempt to reach the transport extremely dangerous. Gabriel quickly pulled Gia behind a row of parked vehicles, his mind racing to formulate a new plan. As they crouched in the shadows, weighing their limited options, Gabriel's gaze fell upon an ornate shuttle parked nearby. "Arturian," he breathed, recognizing the distinctive design. Known for their advanced cloaking technology, a daring plan began to form in Gabriel's mind. If they could commandeer the Arturian shuttle, its stealth capabilities might allow them to bypass the extremist forces and escape the summit complex entirely. Gabriel turned to Gia, expecting to see doubt or hesitation in her alien features. Instead, he found a look of cautious trust, a far cry from the contempt she had shown for humanity mere hours ago. As they prepared to make their move towards the Arturian shuttle, Gabriel and Gia knew that the next few moments would be crucial. The fate of Earth's future in the Galactic Federation hung in the balance, dependent on their ability to survive and reveal the truth about the attack on the summit. With a silent nod of understanding between them, Human and Draconis tensed, ready to sprint towards their best chance at escape, and the opportunity to change the course of galactic history. Gabriel's eyes darted between the Arturian shuttle and the patrolling extremists, his mind racing to formulate a plan. He motioned for Gia to follow, and they crept forward, using the vehicles as cover. As they approached the ornate shuttle, Gabriel's hopes were dashed by the sight of an advanced biometric scanner guarding the entrance. "Arturian DNA required," he muttered, frustration evident in his voice. "We need a new plan." Gia's scales rippled with anxiety as she scanned their surroundings. "What now?" Gabriel's gaze landed on a nearby maintenance droid, its metallic frame gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lights. A spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes. "I have an idea," he whispered, reaching for his military-grade portable device. With practiced efficiency, Gabriel interfaced with the droid systems, his fingers flying over the device's screen. Lines of code scrolled by as he reprogrammed the machine's directives. Gia watched in fascination, her earlier disdain for human technology giving way to grudging respect. "There," Gabriel said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "Our diversion is ready." The droid whirred to life, its servos humming as it began to move. It rolled towards a group of extremist guards, picking up speed as it went. The guards turned, confusion evident on their faces as the maintenance unit barreled towards them. Chaos erupted as the droid collided with the extremists, sending them sprawling. Shouts of alarm filled the air, drawing the attention of other patrols. Gabriel seized the moment, grabbing Gia's arm and pulling her towards a large pillar. "This way," he hissed, revealing a hidden service elevator behind the column. They slipped inside just as the first shots rang out, extremists firing wildly at the rogue droid. Gabriel's fingers flew over the control panel, overriding the elevator's programming and sending it rocketing towards the roof. Their relief was short-lived. Halfway up, the elevator jerked to a violent stop, nearly throwing them off their feet. Gabriel's face hardened as he realized the implications. "They've found us. We need to move." With a grunt of effort, Gabriel forced the elevator doors open, revealing a narrow ledge running along the shaft wall. He turned to Gia, noting the apprehension in her alien features. "I know it's not ideal, but it's our only option. Can you make the climb?" Gia nodded, her earlier bravado replaced by fierce dedication. She stepped out onto the ledge, her clawed feet finding purchase on the rough surface. Gabriel followed, keeping a watchful eye on his companion as they began their perilous ascent. The shaft echoed with the sound of their labored breathing as they climbed. Gabriel noticed Gia's movements becoming increasingly sluggish, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The confined space was taking its toll on her alien physiology. "You're doing great," Gabriel encouraged, his voice steady despite the strain. "Just a little further." Gia's response was cut short by the ominous sound of machinery whirring to life below them. The elevator was moving again, carrying their pursuers ever closer. Gabriel's muscles burned as he increased his pace, urging Gia to do the same. "There," he called out, spotting a maintenance hatch above them. "We're almost there." With the elevator car rising beneath them, Gabriel strained to reach the hatch. His fingers found the release mechanism, and with a final burst of strength, he wrenched it open. He hoisted himself through the opening before reaching back to help Gia. They emerged onto the summit building's roof, the open air a welcome relief after the confines of the elevator shaft. Gia doubled over, her chest heaving as she gulped in much-needed oxygen. Gabriel scanned their surroundings, taking in the communications arrays and environmental control units dotting the rooftop. The relative calm was shattered by the sounds of conflict below. Military and law enforcement vehicles filled the sky, engaged in a desperate battle to regain control of the situation. On the streets, firefights raged between security forces and extremists. Gabriel's tactical assessment was interrupted by the sound of a door slamming open. An extremist patrol emerged onto the roof, their weapons at the ready. Without hesitation, Gabriel pulled Gia behind a massive air conditioning unit, narrowly avoiding detection. As they crouched in the shadows, Gabriel's mind raced through their limited options. His gaze settled on a nearby communication array, a potential lifeline to the outside world. But reaching it without being spotted seemed impossible. Gabriel's eyes darted to the environmental control units, an idea forming. "We need a distraction," he whispered to Gia. "If we can disable those units, it might create enough chaos to dash." He stopped short, surprised by the determined look in Gia's eyes. "I'll do it," she said, her voice low but resolute. "You've risked everything to protect me. Let me help." Gabriel studied her for a moment, seeing not the contemptuous diplomat from earlier, but a true ally. He nodded, a newfound respect evident in his expression. "All right, here's the plan." As they prepared to put their risky strategy into action, Gabriel and Gia shared a look of understanding. The fate of Earth's place in the galactic community hung in the balance, dependent on their ability to work together and overcome the challenges that lay ahead on this perilous rooftop. Gabriel's eyes darted between Gia and the environmental control units, his mind racing through the details of their hastily formed plan. He nodded to his alien companion, a silent signal to begin their risky move. Gia moved with surprising agility, her clawed fingers dancing across the control panel of the nearest unit. She input a series of commands, her expertise in xenotechnology evident as she bypassed security protocols with ease. The unit's hum increased to a high-pitched whine, growing louder with each passing second. Suddenly, a loud hiss filled the air as coolant vapor began pouring from the unit. The rooftop was quickly enveloped in a dense, swirling mist. Shouts of confusion erupted from the extremist patrol, their attention drawn to the malfunctioning equipment. Gabriel seized the moment, sprinting towards the communication array. His heart pounded in his ears as he weaved between obstacles, staying low to avoid detection. Reaching the array, he quickly interfaced his military-grade device with the alien technology. Lines of code scrolled across the screen, a dizzying array of unfamiliar symbols and commands. Gabriel's brow furrowed in concentration as he attempted to bypass the security clearance. Despite his expertise, the advanced alien system proved frustratingly resilient to his efforts. Time seemed to stretch as Gabriel worked, each second feeling like an eternity. His fingers flew across the device's screen, trying every trick and shortcut he knew. But the array's defenses held firm, denying him access to the crucial communication systems. A shout from across the roof snapped Gabriel's attention back to his surroundings. Through gaps in the dissipating vapor, he could see the extremists converging on Gia's position. Two armed assailants had cornered her behind an air conditioning unit, their weapons trained on the Draconis diplomat. Without hesitation, Gabriel abandoned his efforts at the array. He sprinted towards Gia, his combat training kicking in as he assessed the situation. The extremists, focused on their captive, failed to notice his approach until it was too late. Gabriel launched himself at the nearest attacker, his shoulder connecting solidly with the man's midsection. They tumbled to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The second extremist turned, raising his weapon, but Gia seized the opportunity. She lashed out with her tail, sweeping the man's legs out from under him. Rolling to his feet, Gabriel delivered a swift strike to his opponent's solar plexus, leaving him gasping for air. He spun to face the second extremist, who was struggling to regain his footing. A well-placed kick sent the man's weapon skittering across the rooftop. Gia watched in amazement as Gabriel efficiently neutralized both attackers, his movements fluid and precise. As the second extremist slumped to the ground unconscious, she met Gabriel's eyes. The contempt she had held for humans mere hours ago had been replaced by something new, respect, and perhaps even the beginnings of trust. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Gabriel nodded, his expression grim. "We need to move. Our original plan is blown, and more hostiles will be here soon." As if on cue, alarms began blaring across the rooftop. The malfunctioning environmental control unit had triggered a cascade failure in the building's life support systems. Red warning lights flashed, bathing the area in an eerie glow. Gabriel scanned their surroundings, searching for an alternative escape route. His gaze settled on a maintenance drone pad near the edge of the roof. "There," he said, pointing. "If we can hijack one of those drones, we might have a chance to get clear of this mess." They moved quickly towards a pad, staying low and using the rooftop equipment as cover. As they approached, a movement caught Gabriel's eye. A figure emerged from behind a communications dish, its elongated form unmistakably alien. "Wait!" Gabriel hissed, pulling Gia back behind cover. He studied the newcomer, noting its distinctive features. "Arturian," he whispered, "probably a scientist, based on the attire." The Arturian moved hesitantly, its large eyes darting nervously around the rooftop. It was clear the alien was as much a victim of the attack as they were. Gabriel made a split-second decision. "We're bringing him with us," he said to Gia. "An alien scientist as a witness could be invaluable in sorting out this mess." Before Gia could respond, Gabriel stepped out from their hiding spot, his hands raised in a non-threatening gesture. "We're friendlies," he called out to the Arcturian. "We have a way off this roof, but we need to move fast. Are you with us?" The Arcturian's eyes widened in surprise, then relief. "Yes," it responded in accented English. "I am Dr. ZYX, 427. I have been hiding since the attack began." Gabriel nodded, motioning for the Arcturian to join them. "I'm Gabriel, and this is Gia. We're heading for the maintenance drones. Can you help us override the controls?" Dr. ZYX, 427 bobbed its head in agreement. "I possess the necessary clearance. I can assist." The unlikely trio rushed to the drone pad, the sounds of approaching extremists spurring them on. Gabriel positioned himself as a lookout while Gia and Dr. ZYX, 427, worked on overriding the drone systems. As the drone's engines hummed to life, Gabriel's face fell. The small maintenance vehicle was clearly designed for only 2 passengers. He looked between Gia and Dr. ZYX. 427, a wave of conflicting emotions washing over him. Before he could voice his concerns, the roof access door burst open. A squad of human counter-terrorist operatives poured onto the rooftop, led by a man Gabriel recognized instantly. "Captain Morris," he called out, relief evident in his voice. The squad leader's head snapped towards Gabriel, surprise flashing across his features. "Lieutenant, what in blazes are you doing up here?" Any response was cut short as extremists emerged from various hiding spots around the roof. The air erupted with gunfire as the 2 forces engaged. Gabriel turned back to the drone, his decision made. "Gia, Dr. ZYX, 427, you need to go. Now." Gia's eyes widened in shock. "But what about you?" "I'll stay and help hold them off," Gabriel replied, his voice firm. "You two are our best chance of exposing the truth about this attack. Go!" Without waiting for a response, Gabriel helped the Arcturian scientist into the drone, then turned to Gia. Their eyes met for a moment, a silent understanding passing between them. Then Gia climbed aboard and the drone lifted off, struggling slightly under the unconventional passenger load. Gabriel watched for a moment as the small vehicle wobbled, then steadied, heading away from the summit complex. Turning back to the battle raging on the roof, he drew his sidearm and moved to join Captain Morris's team. As he took cover behind a ventilation unit, returning fire at the extremists, Gabriel allowed himself a small smile. The unlikely alliance he had forged might just be enough to change the course of human-alien relations. But first, he had to survive this rooftop battle and ensure Gia and Dr. ZYX, 427, made it to safety. The firefight intensified, tracer rounds crisscrossing the night sky. Gabriel's world narrowed to the immediate threats around him, his training taking over as he fought alongside his fellow humans. The fate of Earth standing in the Galactic Federation hung in the balance, but for now, survival was all that mattered. Gabriel's focus narrowed to the immediate threats, his training guiding his every move as he fought alongside Captain Morris and the counter-terrorist team. The rooftop battle intensified, the air thick with energy weapon discharge and the acrid smell of scorched metal. Gabriel ducked behind a ventilation unit, narrowly avoiding a burst of fire from an extremist rifle. He popped up, squeezing off 3 precise shots that sent his attacker sprawling. "Hayes!" Captain Morris's voice cut through the chaos. "We've got a situation." Gabriel followed his superior's pointing finger to the sky. The maintenance drone carrying Gia and Dr. ZYX, 427, was under heavy fire from the extremist ground-to-air weapons. The small vehicle wobbled dangerously, trailing smoke as it struggled to maintain altitude. Without hesitation, Gabriel sprinted towards the team's heavy weapons cache. He hefted a shoulder-mounted energy cannon, its weight familiar from countless training exercises. Taking aim, he targeted the nearest anti-aircraft emplacement. The cannon hummed to life, a ball of concentrated plasma forming at its muzzle. Gabriel exhaled slowly, steadying his aim, then pulled the trigger. The recoil slammed into his shoulder as the plasma bolt streaked across the sky, impacting the emplacement in a spectacular explosion. "Nexus, Lieutenant," Morris called out, providing covering fire as Gabriel repositioned. Gabriel didn't respond, already lining up his next target. In quick succession, he destroyed 3 more anti-aircraft positions, creating a temporary safe corridor for the drone to navigate. Through his scope, he saw the small vehicle stabilize, veering away from the combat zone. A series of thunderous booms drew Gabriel's attention back to the roof access. The door exploded outward, revealing a squad of heavily armored aliens. Their iridescent exoskeletons gleamed in the flashing emergency lights as they poured onto the roof, advanced weaponry at the ready. "Andromedan shock troopers," Morris explained, a note of relief in his voice. "Looks like the cavalry's arrived." The alien warriors moved with fluid precision, their energy rifles cutting down extremists with ruthless efficiency. At their head strode a towering figure, its armor adorned with intricate glyphs. "Commander Crix," the Andromedan leader introduced itself, its voice a low, resonant hum. "We've secured the lower levels. What's the situation here?" Before Morris could respond, Gabriel's comm unit crackled to life. "Gabriel?" Gia's voice came through, infused with static. "We're headed for the Federation embassy, but the drone's taken heavy damage. I don't know if we'll make it." Gabriel's mind raced, assessing their options. The extremists, momentarily pushed back by the Andromedan's arrival, were regrouping. He noticed several activating personal shield generators, the air around them shimmering as energy fields sprang to life. "Captain Commander," Gabriel addressed both leaders, "those shields will render our weapons useless. But I have an idea." He quickly outlined his plan to overload the building's power grid, using the roof's conductive surface to disrupt the shield generators. Commander Crix's compound eyes gleamed with interest. "Ingenious," the Andromedan hummed, producing a small device from its armor. "Use this to interface with our systems. It should provide the necessary power output." Gabriel nodded, taking the alien technology. He sprinted towards the main power junction, ducking and weaving through the renewed firefight. Reaching the control panel, he plugged in the Andromedan device and began rerouting power conduits. The rooftop battle raged around him as he worked. Captain Morris and the Andromedans formed a defensive perimeter, holding off the advancing extremists. Energy beams crisscrossed the air, the smell of ozone mixing with the acrid stench of weapons fire. Finally, Gabriel's fingers flew across the last sequence of commands. He looked up at Morris and Crix, giving a sharp nod. "Brace yourselves," he shouted. The roof lit up like a supernova as raw energy surged through its surface. The extremist shields flickered and died, leaving them exposed. The combined human and Andromedan forces pressed their advantage, quickly overwhelming the now defenseless attackers. In the aftermath, Gabriel found himself the center of attention. Captain Morris clapped him on the shoulder, while Commander Crix regarded him with what seemed to be the Andromedan equivalent of respect. But Gabriel's thoughts were already elsewhere. "We need to go after that drone," he insisted. "Gia and Dr. ZYX, 427, are carrying crucial evidence. If they don't make it to the embassy..." He let the implications hang in the air. Commander Crix's antennae twitched thoughtfully. "Agreed," the Andromedan decided. "I can provide you with an interceptor craft for the rescue mission." Captain Morris nodded. "I'll assign you a team of our best operatives, Hayes. You'll lead the joint task force. As they moved to implement the plan, Gabriel's comm unit chimed again. Gia's voice came through, even more distorted than before. "Gabriel, we're losing altitude," she reported, her tone tense but controlled. "We'll have to attempt an emergency landing outside the city. Sending coordinates now." Gabriel's fist tight as he received the data. The situation had just become even more complicated. "Understood," he replied. "Hold on, Gia. We're coming for you." Minutes later, Gabriel stood before a sleek Andromedan interceptor, its organic lines a stark contrast to human spacecraft. A mixed team of human operatives and Andromedan warriors assembled behind him, ready for action. As he prepared to board, Gabriel cast one last look at the battle-scarred rooftop. The summit complex, once a symbol of interstellar cooperation, now stood as a testament to how quickly peace could unravel. Pushing aside such thoughts, Gabriel focused on the mission ahead. With Gia and Dr. ZYX, 427 stranded in hostile territory, time was of the essence. He climbed into the interceptor's cockpit, familiarizing himself with the alien controls. "All units, prepare for launch," he ordered, his voice steady despite the pressure. "Our objective is clear. Secure the package and extract our allies. Let's move out." The interceptor's engines hummed to life, a sound unlike any human craft. As they lifted off from the rooftop, leaving the summit complex behind, Gabriel knew that the real challenge was just beginning. The fate of Earth's galactic standing now rested on their success. The interceptor streaked across the night sky, heading towards the drone's last known coordinates. Gabriel's mind raced, strategizing for every possible scenario they might encounter. Whatever lay ahead, he was determined to see this mission through to the end. And the interceptor's sleek form cut through the night sky, its advanced propulsion system barely audible as they raced towards the coordinates Gia had transmitted. Gabriel leaned forward in the alien cockpit, his eyes scanning the horizon. The Andromedan controls pulsed with a soft bioluminescence under his touch, responding to his slightest adjustments with uncanny precision. Behind him, the mixed team of human operatives and Andromedan warriors stood ready, their diverse forms a testament to the unprecedented nature of this mission. As they approached the last known location of the maintenance drone, the interceptor's sensors suddenly flared to life. Multiple hostile signatures appeared on the holographic display, converging rapidly on a single point. "Looks like we're not the only ones after them," Captain Morris growled, his weathered face illuminated by the pulsing red alerts. Before Gabriel could respond, the interceptor lurched violently. Outside the view screen, the night sky erupted into a maelstrom of swirling energy patterns and crackling lightning. "Electromagnetic storm," the Andromedan pilot announced, its multifaceted eyes reflecting the chaos outside. "It's interfering with our systems." Gabriel gritted his teeth as the ship bucked and weaved through the turbulence. The sensor readings flickered and died, leaving them flying blind in the roiling atmospheric disturbance. "Take us down," Gabriel ordered, his voice steady despite the dire situation. "We need to get below this storm." The pilot complied, guiding the interceptor into a steep descent. As they dropped altitude, the twisted canopy of an ancient forest materialized through the storm's fury. The ship leveled out just above the treetops, branches whipping past with terrifying proximity. "Any sign of the drone?" Gabriel asked, squinting through the dense foliage. Captain Morris shook his head. "Nothing on sensors. This storm's playing havoc with our equipment." Gabriel's mind raced, considering their options. With a determined set to his jaw, he made a decision. "We'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Follow the terrain, and keep our eyes open for any signs of a crash." As the interceptor skimmed over the forest, Gabriel's thoughts turned to Gia and Dr. ZYX, 427. He could only hope they had survived the landing and found a way to stay hidden from the approaching hostiles. Miles away, In a small clearing torn open by their violent descent, Gia pulled herself from the wreckage of the maintenance drone. Her lungs burned as she gasped for breath, her damaged atmospheric regulator unable to fully process Earth's air. "Dr. Zoix 427, she called out, her voice raspy and weak. "Are you all right?" The Arcturian scientist emerged from the twisted metal, his translucent skin marked with bioluminescent patterns of distress. "I am functional," he replied, his accent more pronounced under stress. "But you are not well, Gia." Gia nodded, fighting to remain conscious as her body struggled with the unfamiliar atmosphere. Dr. Zoix 427 moved quickly, his spindly limbs navigating the debris with surprising agility. He returned moments later with a collection of components salvaged from the drone. "I believe I can construct a temporary solution," the Arcturian explained, his long fingers already weaving circuitry and tubing together. "It will not be elegant, but it should help stabilize your condition." As Dr. ZYX 427 worked, Gia surveyed their surroundings. The clearing was small, barely large enough for the crashed drone. Dense forest pressed in on all sides, the trees stretching impossibly high into the storm-racked sky. In the distance, she could hear the faint but unmistakable sound of approaching vehicles. "We need to signal for help," Gia said, her breathing slightly easier as the jury-rigged regulator began to function. But the distress beacon was destroyed in the crash. Dr. ZYX 427 paused in his work, his compound eyes reflecting the dim emergency lights of the ruined drone. Perhaps we could repurpose the power cells, create a signal visible from above the canopy. Gia considered the idea, weighing the risks. It could work, but it might also lead the extremists right to us. Before they could debate further, a series of explosions rocked the night sky above them. Through gaps in the canopy, Gia caught glimpses of energy weapons fire and the sleek forms of battling spacecraft. "That has to be Gabriel," she said, a mix of hope and concern in her voice. "We have to risk it. Doctor, let's build that signal." As Gia and Dr. ZYX 427 raced to construct their makeshift beacon, Gabriel prepared for a daring maneuver aboard the Andromedan interceptor. The ship shuddered under sustained weapons fire from a suddenly decloaked extremist vessel, forcing them to take evasive action. "We can't risk getting any closer in the ship," Gabriel shouted over the chaos of battle. He strapped on an Andromedan gravity manipulation device, its alien contours fitting snugly against his combat suit. "I'm going in alone. Keep them busy up here." Captain Morris grabbed Gabriel's arm, his face a mask of concern. "Hayes, this is insane. You can't." Gabriel cut him off with a grim smile. "No choice, Captain. We're out of time." Without another word, Gabriel activated the airlock. The forest below rushed up to meet him as he plummeted through the opening, the gravity device humming to life around him. He weaved through the tangled branches, using short bursts from the device to avoid collision. As Gabriel touched down on the forest floor, a bright light suddenly pierced the darkness. A pillar of alien energy shot skyward, unmistakably artificial against the natural backdrop. "That's got to be them," Gabriel muttered, orienting himself towards a signal. He set off at a rapid pace, his enhanced combat suit allowing him to move swiftly and silently through the underbrush. The sounds of battle above faded, replaced by the eerie quiet of the forest. But that silence was soon broken by the rumble of approaching vehicles and the sharp crack of branches being pushed aside. Gabriel activated his tactical visor, heat signatures blooming across his field of vision. The extremist forces were closing in fast, converging on the signal's location from multiple directions. As he pushed forward, a new threat emerged. His visor picked up large, fast-moving heat signatures unlike anything he'd encountered before. They moved with predatory grace, their natural camouflage rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Gabriel froze as one of the creatures passed mere feet from his position, its massive form barely disturbing the foliage. He held his breath, keenly aware that he was now caught between three deadly forces: the approaching extremists, these unknown predators, and the unforgiving terrain itself. In the distance, he caught a glimpse of the clearing where Gia and Dr. ZYX, 427, were stranded. The makeshift signal flare cast an otherworldly glow over the crash site, a beacon of hope and a target for their enemies. Gabriel checked his weapon, steeled his determination, and moved forward. With the extremists closing in and unknown beasts stalking the shadows, he knew the next few minutes would determine not just the fate of the mission, but potentially the future of Earth itself in the galactic community. As he approached the edge of the clearing, the sound of extremist vehicles grew louder. Gabriel crouched low, formulating a plan to extract Gia and Dr. ZYX, 427, while evading both human and alien threats. The force around him seemed to pulse with tension, as if the very air was aware of the impending collision of forces. Gabriel took a deep breath, readying himself for what was to come. The true test of his skills, training, and purpose was about to begin. In a fluid motion, he burst from his hiding spot and sprinted towards the clearing. The extremists arrived just as Gabriel reached the edge of the crash site. Their vehicles crashed through the underbrush, floodlights cutting through the darkness. Gabriel's hand flew to the Andromedan gravity device, his fingers dancing across its alien interface. A wave of distortion rippled through the air. The extremists stumbled, their weapons clattering to the ground as the localized gravitational field threw off their equilibrium. Taking advantage of their disorientation, Gabriel dashed towards Gia and Dr. ZYX, 427. "We need to move now," he shouted, helping Gia to her feet. Her labored breathing worried him, the makeshift regulator clearly struggling to keep up. Dr. ZYX 427's compound eyes widened in surprise. "Gabriel, how did you—" "No time," Gabriel cut him off, ushering them towards a tree line. "Hostiles are right behind us." They plunged into the forest just as the gravity distortion began to fade. The sound of shouting and the crack of energy weapons filled the air, spurring them deeper into the alien wilderness. Gabriel's combat-enhanced senses were on high alert as he led them through the dense foliage. He could hear the extremists crashing through the underbrush behind them, gaining ground with every second. "This way," he whispered, guiding them down a narrow game trail. As they moved, Gabriel's hands never stopped moving. He pulled at vines, arranging them in subtle tripwires. Fallen branches became improvised caltrops, their sharp ends pointed towards their pursuers. A scream of pain and a string of curses told him his traps were working. "Clever," Dr. ZYX 427 remarked between labored breaths, using the environment against them. Gabriel nodded grimly. "It won't hold them for long. We need to—" A low growl interrupted him. Through the trees, Gabriel caught a glimpse of something massive moving with preternatural silence. Its heat signature bloomed in his tactical visor, far larger than any Earth predator. "New problem," he muttered, changing their course. "The local wildlife doesn't seem friendly." They altered their path, weaving between the massive tree trunks. Gabriel's mind raced, trying to find a way to use these new threats to their advantage. An idea formed, and he began subtly steering their group towards areas where he had spotted the creatures earlier. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit suddenly changed. Shouts of anger became screams of terror. Energy weapons discharged wildly, illuminating the forest in brief, stroboscopic flashes. "What's happening?" Gia gasped, her voice weak and raspy. "Our hunters just became the hunted," Gabriel replied grimly. They pressed on, the chaos behind them providing a temporary reprieve. But Gabriel knew it wouldn't last. Already, he could hear the surviving extremists regrouping, their pursuit more cautious but no less determined. Suddenly, Dr. ZYX 427 stumbled. A small, crystalline object flew from his grasp, tumbling into the underbrush. "The data crystal!" the Arcturian cried out. "We can't lose it." Without hesitation, Gabriel spun on his heel. "Keep going," he ordered Gia. "I'll catch up." He backtracked, scanning the ground frantically. The sound of approaching footsteps spurred him on. There, nestled between gnarled roots, the data crystal glowed faintly. Gabriel snatched it up just as an energy blast scorched the tree beside him. He rolled, coming up firing. His return shot caught the lead extremist in the shoulder, sending him sprawling. Tucking the crystal securely into a pouch, Gabriel sprinted back to his companions. He found them huddled behind a fallen log, Gia's breathing now a harsh, painful wheeze. "I can't," she gasped. The regulator. Failing. Gabriel made a split-second decision. In one smooth motion, he lifted Gia onto his back. "Hold on," he told her, adjusting his stance to compensate for the extra weight. "Dr. ZYX 427, stay close." They pushed on, Gabriel's enhanced physique allowing him to maintain a grueling pace even with Gia on his back. But he knew they couldn't keep this up forever. They needed shelter, a defensible position. As if in answer to his unspoken prayer, the trees ahead suddenly thinned. In a small clearing stood a structure unlike anything Gabriel had ever seen. Its smooth, curved surfaces were covered in vegetation, but there was no mistaking its artificial nature. "Incredible," Dr. ZYX 427 breathed. "This architecture. It predates any known galactic civilization." "Can we get inside?" Gabriel asked, already moving towards what looked like an entrance. The Arcturian scientist hurried forward, his long fingers probing the alien surface. With a soft hiss, a door slid open, revealing a dark interior. Gabriel ushered them inside, his tactical visor switching to low-light mode. The air inside was stale but breathable. As Dr. ZYX 427 examined the control panel, Gabriel gently lowered Gia to the ground. "Hang in there," he murmured, checking her vitals. Her pulse was rapid, her skin clammy. A low hum filled the air as Dr. ZYX 427 activated some ancient system. Lights flickered to life, revealing a space that was equal parts biological and technological. "Fascinating," the Arcturian said. "This appears to be some sort of research outpost. And look, an airlock system." Gabriel's head snapped up. "Can you get it working?" Dr. ZYX 427 nodded, his fingers already dancing across the alien controls. With a whoosh, the airlock sealed, and fresh air began to cycle through the chamber. Gia's breathing eased almost immediately. "Thank you," she whispered, her eyes fluttering open. Gabriel allowed himself a moment of relief before refocusing on their situation. Outside, he could hear the extremists approaching. They had minutes, at most, before they were surrounded. "Doctor," he called out, "any chance this place has a communication system we can use?" Dr. ZYX 427 looked up from a bank of crystals he was studying. "Perhaps. This power source. With some modification, we might be able to boost our signal enough to reach orbit." Gabriel nodded. "Do it. I'll see what I can do about our unwelcome guests." As the Arcturians set to work, Gabriel began a rapid assessment of their shelter. The ancient technology was unlike anything he'd encountered, but certain principles seemed universal. He identified what appeared to be defensive systems and began the process of reactivating them. Outside, the first shots from the extremists peppered the structure's exterior. Gabriel's fingers flew across the alien interface, guided as much by instinct as understanding. Energy barriers sprang to life across the entrance and other vulnerable points. "That won't hold them forever," he muttered, turning back to his companions. "How's that signal coming, Doctor?" Dr. ZYX 427 looked up from his work, his compound eyes reflecting the glow of the jerry-rigged communication array. Almost there. But, Gabriel, this is draining power from the defensive systems. We may not have enough energy for both. Gabriel's eyes hardened as he weighed their options. The extremists were setting up for a siege, their voices carrying through the structure's walls. And beyond them, he could hear the disturbing sounds of the forest's predators, drawn by the commotion. Just then, a crackle of static filled the air. A garbled voice, barely audible, came through Dr. ZYX 427's improvised communicator. Interceptor. Position. Hold. It's the Andromedan ship, Gia said, her voice stronger but still weak. They're coming for us. Gabriel nodded, his mind already racing through scenarios. They had a lifeline, but with Gia's conditions still precarious and their power supply dwindling, he knew they might not last long enough for rescue to arrive. He turned to his companions, his expression grim but determined. I have a plan, he began, but it's risky. Here's what we're going to do. Do, Gabriel said, his voice filled with quiet intensity. First, we need to reprogram these energy barriers. Dr. ZYX 427's compound eyes widened. Reprogram them? For what purpose? Gabriel's fingers flew across the alien interface, his enhanced mind quickly deciphering its logic. We're going to create a series of cascading explosions. It should clear us a path through the extremist lines and draw in those predators we encountered earlier. Gia pushed herself up on her elbows, her breathing still labored but her eyes sharp. You're using chaos as cover. Clever. As Gabriel worked, Dr. ZYX 427 returned to the makeshift communication array. His long, dexterous fingers manipulated crystals and wires with practiced ease. Suddenly, a clear signal cut through the static. I've done it, the Arturian exclaimed. We have a stable connection to the Andromedan interceptor. Gabriel nodded without looking up from his work. Send them our coordinates and situation. Make sure they know about the attack on the summit too. If we don't make it, at least the truth will. As Dr. ZYX 427 relayed their message, Gabriel finished his reprogramming and turned his attention to Gia. Her breathing was becoming more erratic, the makeshift regulator clearly struggling. We need to buy you more time, he muttered, scanning the ancient technology around them. An idea formed, and he began cannibalizing parts from the structure and their own equipment. What are you doing? Gia asked weakly. Improvising, Gabriel replied, his hands a blur of motion. It's not pretty, but this should keep you breathing until we reach extraction. Outside, the sound of the extremist assault grew louder. Energy weapons scorched the structure's exterior, the barriers flickering under the onslaught. It's now or never, Gabriel announced, helping Gia to her feet and securing the jury-rigged atmospheric regulator. Dr. ZYX 427, stay close. With a deep breath, Gabriel activated his plan. The energy barriers pulsed, then exploded outward in a carefully choreographed sequence. Screams of surprise and pain erupted from the extremist lines, followed by the thunderous roars of the native predators. Gabriel led them through the chaos, the Andromedan gravity device in one hand, his weapon in the other. Energy blasts crisscrossed the air around them as disoriented extremists tried to regroup. Through gaps in the fighting, Gabriel caught glimpses of massive shapes moving with terrifying speed, extremist soldiers disappearing in flashes of teeth and claws. They pushed through the battle-torn forest, Gabriel using the gravity device to clear debris and assist their movement over treacherous terrain. Gia's breathing steadied, the improvised regulator holding up under the strain. As they neared a small clearing, Gabriel's enhanced hearing picked up the sound of approaching extremists. He made a split-second decision. Take this, he said, pressing the gravity device into Dr. ZYX 427's hands. Get Gia to the clearing. I'll hold them off. Before they could protest, Gabriel turned and charged towards the oncoming threat. He moved like a force of nature, years of training and combat enhancements allowing him to engage multiple opponents simultaneously. Gia and Dr. ZYX. For 27 pressed on, the sounds of Gabriel's fight fading behind them. As they reached the clearing, Gia stumbled, her breath coming in short, painful gasps. The regulator, she wheezed. It's failing. Dr. ZYX. 427 gently lowered her to the ground, his nimble fingers already working to adjust the device. Hold on, Gia. I can stabilize it, but I don't know for how long. The sky above them suddenly lit up with weapons fire. An Andromedan interceptor screamed overhead, engaging extremist ships in a spectacular aerial battle. The forest around them was illuminated in flashes of blue and red, casting eerie shadows across the clearing. A new sound cut through the chaos, the distinctive whine of a human dropship. It descended into the clearing, kicking up a whirlwind of debris. The hatch opened, revealing Captain Morris and a team of heavily armed operatives. Where's Gabriel? Morris shouted over the din of battle. Dr. ZYX. 427 pointed back towards the forest. He stayed behind to hold off the extremists. Morris nodded grimly. Alpha Team, secure the package. Beta Team with me. We're going after our boy. As Morris and his team disappeared into the forest, the remaining operatives quickly established a defensive perimeter around Gia and Dr. ZYX. 427. The Arturian scientists worked frantically to keep Gia's regulator functioning, acutely aware that her life hung in the balance. Deep in the forest, Gabriel fought on. He was outnumbered and outgunned, but refused to give ground. Every second he bought increased the chances of his companion's survival. He used the terrain to his advantage, leading the extremists into the paths of the native predators whenever possible. Just as exhaustion began to set in, Gabriel heard the welcome sound of human voices. Morris and his team burst from the undergrowth, their coordinated assault catching the extremists off guard. Thought you could use a hand, Morris grinned, tossing Gabriel a fresh energy clip. Together, they began to push back towards a clearing. The extremists, caught between the human assault and the relentless attacks of the native predators, began to falter. As they neared the extraction point, a massive shape lunged from the shadows. Gabriel reacted instinctively, tackling Morris out of the way as razor-sharp claws sliced through the air where the captain had been standing. The creature, easily twice the size of a human, rounded on them with terrifying speed. Its body was a perfect blend of the forest around it, visible only by the slight shimmer of its movement. Gabriel and Morris rolled to their feet, weapons trained on the beast. But before either could fire, a gravity distortion rippled through the air. The creature stumbled, its camouflage flickering as it struggled against the sudden shift in weight. Dr. ZYX. 427 stood at the edge of the clearing, the Andromedan device humming in his hands. I thought you might need this, he called out. With the predator disoriented, Gabriel and Morris made a final sprint for the dropship. As they reached the ramp, Gabriel turned for one last look at the chaos they were leaving behind. The forest burned, extremist and Andromedan ships dueled overhead, and the shadows themselves seemed alive with the movement of the native predators. Inside the dropship, Gia lay pale and still, her breathing shallow but stable. The improvised regulator sputtered and sparked, clearly on its last legs. We need to move, Gabriel said urgently. That device won't last much longer. As the dropship's engines roared to life, Gabriel felt the weight of their narrow escape settle over him. They had survived, but the challenges ahead, Gia's failing health, the political fallout of the extremist attack, and the uncertain future of Earth in the galactic community, loomed large. The dropship lifted off, streaking towards the upper atmosphere where the Andromedan interceptor waited. As they ascended, the sounds of battle faded, replaced by the urgent chatter of the crew and the labored breathing of their injured companion. Gabriel knew that their ordeal was not nearly finished, but for now, they had won a crucial victory. The real test of their mission and its consequences for humanity's future was just beginning. The real test of their mission and its consequences for humanity's future was just starting to unfold. As the dropship ascended through the planet's atmosphere, Gabriel's enhanced senses picked up a new threat. A wave of heavily armed extremist reinforcements was converging on their position, their weapons more advanced than those of their predecessors. "Captain," Gabriel called out, his voice tight with urgency. "We've got company. Looks like their backup finally arrived." Captain Morris swore under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. "How many?" "Too many," Gabriel replied, his mind already racing through potential strategies. "We need to change course. Head for that dense patch of forest to the east. It'll give us cover and force them to spread out." As Morris relayed the new orders to the pilot, Gabriel turned to the rest of the team. "Listen up. We're going to have to fight our way through. I need half of you to circle around and hit them from behind while we draw their fire." The human soldiers nodded, their faces set with unwavering dedication. Gabriel couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for their adaptability and courage in the face of overwhelming odds. As the dropship touched down in the forest clearing, the sounds of approaching extremists filled the air. Gabriel led the main group out, his weapon at the ready. The dense foliage provided some cover, but it also limited visibility, forcing them to rely on instinct and training. The first wave of extremists burst into view, their energy weapons lighting up the dim forest. Gabriel reacted instantly, diving behind a massive tree trunk and returning fire. The human soldiers followed his lead, their coordinated assault catching the extremists off guard. As the battle intensified, Gabriel noticed a new development. The native predators, agitated by the prolonged conflict, began to swarm the area in unprecedented numbers. Their massive shapes moved through the undergrowth, drawn by the chaos and the promise of easy prey. Gabriel's mind raced, quickly formulating a new plan. Use controlled bursts to herd the creatures towards the extremist positions. He shouted over the din of battle, "Let them do some of our work for us." The human soldiers adapted quickly, adjusting their fire to guide the terrifying beasts towards the enemy lines. Screams of panic and pain erupted from the extremist positions as the predators tore into their ranks. Back at the dropship, Captain Morris faced a critical decision. The ship systems warned that the clearing would soon be overrun by the approaching predators. Every instinct told him to take off immediately, but the thought of abandoning Gabriel and the rescue team was unthinkable. Gia, her breath coming in labored gasps as the atmospheric regulator failed, reached out and gripped Morris's arm. "Wait," she wheezed, her eyes filled with a newfound trust. "Give them more time." Dr. ZYX, 427, his compound eyes reflecting the urgency of the situation, spoke up. "Captain, I believe I can modify the ship's shields to repel the native creatures. It will buy us some time, but it will drain our power reserves rapidly." Morris nodded sharply. "Do it, Doctor. We're not leaving without our people." As Dr. ZYX, 427 worked feverishly on the shield modifications, the sounds of battle grew closer. Gabriel's voice crackled over the comm system, filled with static and the sounds of weapons fire. "We're breaking through," he shouted. "But we've got a group trying to flank us. I'm going to intercept them. The rest of the team should be there soon." Before Morris could respond, the transmission cut out. He clenched his fists, torn between his duty to protect the ship and his desire to help Gabriel. The forest erupted with the sounds of hand-to-hand combat as Gabriel engaged the flanking extremists. His enhanced strength and reflexes allowed him to hold his own against multiple opponents, but he was quickly becoming surrounded. As the rest of the rescue team reached the dropship, Morris made his decision. "Secure the ship," he ordered. "I'm going back for Gabriel." Ignoring the protests of his crew, Morris grabbed a weapon and charged back into the fray. He led a small team through the chaos, using the dropship's weapons for covering fire to create a corridor. The native predators, driven into a frenzy by the prolonged battle, began to overrun both human and extremist positions. Gabriel and Morris's team found themselves caught in a deadly crossfire, with savage beasts on one side and relentless extremists on the other. "The gravity device!" Gabriel shouted, gesturing to the Andromedan technology still clutched in Dr. ZYX 427's hands. "Use it to jump over them." In a desperate move, they activated the device, manipulating gravity to propel themselves over the swarming predators. They landed hard on the other side, rolling to absorb the impact before sprinting the final distance to the dropship. As they boarded, the extremists launched a final, desperate assault. The dropship's shields, weakened by Dr. ZYX 427's modifications and the continuous attacks, began to fail. Alarms blared throughout the ship as systems overloaded. Gabriel, ignoring his exhaustion and injuries, moved to the defense console. "Get us out of here," he shouted to the pilot. "I'll handle our defenses." The dropship lifted off under heavy fire, its hull scarred by energy weapons and the claws of the native predators. Gabriel's fingers flew across the console, coordinating the remaining shield power and weapon systems to fend off the attackers as they climbed higher into the atmosphere. As the ground fell away beneath them, Gabriel allowed himself a moment of relief. But it was short-lived. The Andromedan interceptor's urgent message cut through the relative quiet of the cockpit, warning of a larger extremist fleet approaching the planet. Gabriel's eyes met Captain Morris's, both men understanding the gravity of their situation. They had escaped the surface, but their mission was nowhere near the end. The dropship, carrying key witnesses and evidence of the attack on the summit, now faced the daunting task of breaking through the extremist blockade. As they raced towards the ongoing space battle, Gabriel took a deep breath, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. The fate of Earth standing in the Galactic Federation hung in the balance, dependent on their ability to outmaneuver the extremist fleet and reach Federation space. Gabriel turned to the ship's tactical display, his mind already formulating strategies for the space battle to come. The relative quiet of the cockpit was broken only by the labored breathing of Gia and the urgent chatter of the crew as they prepared for the next phase of their desperate mission. Escape. The relative quiet of the cockpit was broken only by the labored breathing of Gia and the urgent chatter of the crew as they prepared for the next phase of their desperate mission. As the dropship ascended towards orbit, the peaceful illusion shattered. They found themselves thrust into a chaotic maelstrom of energy beams, explosions, and debris. The Andromedan interceptor, its sleek form barely visible amidst the carnage, struggled to maintain air superiority against a swarm of extremist ships. Gabriel, ignoring the burning pain of his injuries, took charge of the dropship's tactical systems. His fingers danced across the console, eyes darting between readouts as he coordinated with the pilot. "Evasive pattern Delta 3, he barked, his voice hoarse from the smoke and exertion of their earlier escape. "Those cruisers are trying to box us in." The pilot complied, sending the dropship into a series of stomach-churning maneuvers. Energy beams sliced through the space they had occupied mere seconds before. Captain Morris gripped his seat, knuckles tightening. "We can't keep this up forever, Gabriel. What's our play?" Gabriel's eyes narrowed as he scanned the tactical display. A field of debris, likely remnants of destroyed ships from the initial attack on the summit, drifted ominously ahead. "There," he said, pointing. "That debris field. We can use it for cover. Our ship's more maneuverable than theirs. It's our best shot." Morris nodded grimly. "Do it." The dropship banked hard, diving into the treacherous field of twisted metal and shattered hulls. Gabriel's enhanced senses worked overtime. tracking multiple threats simultaneously as he guided the pilot through the deadly obstacle course. "Incoming!" Gabriel shouted as the ship's sensors blared a warning. A barrage of missiles streaked towards them, their exhaust trails cutting bright lines through the darkness of space. Gabriel's mind raced, analyzing trajectories and formulating countermeasures in milliseconds. Execute roll pattern Sigma and fire point defense systems on my mark. The dropship spun and weaved, its point defense lasers firing in precise bursts. Explosions bloomed around them as missiles detonated prematurely, their shockwaves buffeting the small craft. As they emerged from the debris field, a new alarm sounded. The engines, pushed beyond their limits by the intense maneuvering, were overheating rapidly. "We need to reduce speed," the pilot called out, his voice tense. "The engines can't take much more of this." Gabriel cursed under his breath. As if on cue, a squad of extremist fighters broke off from the main fleet, closing in on their position with predatory intent. "We can't outrun them like this," Morris said, stating the obvious. Gabriel's eyes fell on the Andromedan gravity device, still clutched in Dr. ZYX 427's hands. An idea, desperate and brilliant, formed in his mind. "Doctor," he said urgently, "can you modify that device to create a localized gravity well?" The Arcturian scientist's compound eyes widened in surprise. "Theoretically, yes, but the effects would be unpredictable at best." "Do it," Gabriel ordered. "It's our only shot." As Dr. ZYX 427 worked feverishly to modify the device, the extremist fighters closed in. Energy bolts splashed against the dropship's weakening shields, each impact sending tremors through the hull. "Now, Doctor!" Gabriel shouted as the fighters entered optimal range. Dr. ZYX 427 activated the modified device. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, space itself seemed to twist and warp around them. The effect on the pursuing fighters was immediate and catastrophic. Caught in the artificial gravity well, their carefully plotted attack formations dissolved into chaos. Ships collided with each other in nearby debris, their hulls crumpling like paper under the intense gravitational forces. The dropship shuddered violently, straining against the edge of the gravity well. Warning klaxons blared as systems throughout the ship were pushed to their limits. "Deactivate it," Morris yelled over the cacophony of alarms and groaning metal. Dr. ZYX 427 complied, and the unnatural forces dissipated. The immediate threat neutralized, Gabriel allowed himself a moment of relief. But as he turned his attention back to the tactical display, his heart sank. The main extremist fleet had adjusted its formation, effectively cutting off their escape route to Federation space. The dropship, battered and low on power, stood no chance in a direct confrontation. Gabriel's mind raced, considering and discarding options in rapid succession. Then, a daring plan began to take shape. "Captain," he said, his voice filled with unshakable focus, "I have an idea, but it's risky, very risky." Morris met his gaze steadily. "At this point, Gabriel, I'm all ears." Gabriel outlined his plan quickly, using the planet's gravity to slingshot around its moon, building up enough speed to break through the extremist blockade. It was a maneuver that would push both ship and crew to their absolute limits. Morris listened intently, his expression grave. When Gabriel finished, the captain was silent for a long moment, weighing their options or lack thereof. "Do it," he said finally. Gabriel nodded, turning to the pilot. "Take us in. We're going to skim the atmosphere." As the dropship plunged back towards the planet, the extremist fleet scrambled to adjust. Several larger ships attempted to follow, but their size made the maneuver far more perilous for them. The ship's hull began to glow as they re-entered the atmosphere, the cockpit filling with the roar of superheated air rushing past them. Gabriel worked in perfect sync with the pilot, guiding them through the complex maneuver with split-second precision. G-forces pressed them into their seats as they skimmed the planet's upper atmosphere. The ship groaned and shuddered, pushed to the very edge of its structural integrity. In the medical pod, Gia's unconscious form was buffeted by the intense forces, the pod systems working overtime to stabilize her fragile condition. As they approached the far side of the planet, Gabriel spotted their chance, a small gap in the extremist fleet's formation as they struggled to reposition. "There," he shouted, pointing to the tactical display. "Adjust our exit vector. That's our way out." The pilot complied, his hands steady despite the immense pressure. They emerged from behind the planet's moon at tremendous speed, catching the extremist fleet off guard. "Andromedan interceptor," Gabriel called into the comm. "We need covering fire." The sleek alien ship responded immediately, its advanced weapons blazing a path through the surprised extremist forces. What followed was a heart-stopping game of chicken as the dropship threaded the needle between two massive extremist capital ships. Energy beams lashed out, missing them by mere meters as they pushed their engines beyond all safe limits. And then, suddenly, they were through. The extremist blockade fell behind them as they entered the welcoming expanse of Federation space. In the distance, Federation reinforcements finally arrived, engaging the extremist fleet and securing their escape route. As the immediate danger passed, the adrenaline began to fade, leaving the crew exhausted but alive. Gabriel slumped in his seat, the full weight of their ordeal settling over him. But he knew their mission was a long way to go. The vital intelligence they carried about the extremist attack had to reach the Galactic Federation Council. And Gia's condition, still critical, required specialized care that only a xenobiological facility could provide. Gabriel straightened, pushing aside his fatigue. He began to formulate their next moves, knowing that the diplomatic and medical challenges ahead could prove just as daunting as the battle they'd left behind. As the dropship set course for the nearest Federation outpost, Gabriel prepared himself and his unlikely team for the crucial tasks that lay ahead. But for now, they had a more immediate concern: reaching the nearest Federation outpost. As the dropship approached the space station orbiting a massive gas giant, Gabriel felt a mix of relief and apprehension. The station's sleek, multi-tiered structure grew larger in the view screen, its docking bays bustling with activity. "Federated Station Gamma 9. This is Earth diplomatic vessel requesting emergency docking and medical assistance," Captain Morris transmitted, his voice steady despite their ordeal. "Earth vessel, you are cleared for emergency docking. Medical teams are standing by," came the swift reply. The dropship glided into the designated bay, magnetic clamps engaging with a dull thud. Before the airlock had fully cycled, a team of medical personnel rushed in, their varied alien physiologies a testament to the Federation's diversity. "Critical xenobiological case," Gabriel barked, gesturing to Gia's unconscious form. "She needs immediate attention." A Tellarite doctor nodded, her tusks clicking as she issued rapid orders in her native tongue. The medical team whisked Gia away on a hovering stretcher, their movements precise and urgent. Gabriel moved to follow, but a sharp pain in his side reminded him of his own injuries. A Vulcan medic approached, scanner in hand. "You require medical attention as well," the Vulcan stated flatly. Gabriel shook his head. "Not until I know she's stable." The Vulcan raised an eyebrow but didn't argue, instead turning his attention to the other members of the team. As Gabriel watched Gia disappear down a corridor, a new voice cut through the commotion. "Ambassador Gabriel Reyes?" He turned to see a Rigelian officer, her luminescent skin shifting colors in agitation. "Admiral Xanthor requests your immediate presence, along with the Arcturian scientist." Gabriel exchanged glances with Dr. ZYX, 427, whose compound eyes blinked rapidly in what Gabriel had come to recognize as a sign of nervousness. "Lead the way," Gabriel said, squaring his shoulders. The Rigelian guided them through the station's winding corridors, past beings from a dozen different worlds. The air thrummed with tension. Hushed conversations in various languages fell silent as they passed. They arrived at a secure conference room, its walls lined with holographic displays showing real-time data from across Federation space. At the center stood Admiral Xanthor, his craggy Rigelian features set in a grim expression. Ambassador Reyes, Dr. ZYX, for 27. The Admiral's voice was as rough as his appearance. I'll dispense with pleasantries. We have a situation. Gabriel nodded, suppressing a wince as he took a seat. Admiral, we have vital information about the attack dash. Xanthor cut him off with a wave of his hand. News of the extremist attack has spread like wildfire. Half the Federation is calling for Earth's immediate expulsion. But that's exactly what the extremists want, Dr. ZYX, for 27 interjected, his normally soft voice rising in pitch. Gabriel leaned forward, ignoring the protest of his battered body. Admiral, we have evidence that proves this wasn't just an attack on Earth. It was a calculated move to destabilize the entire Federation. Xanthor's eyes narrowed. Show me. Gabriel produced the data Crystal recovered from the forest, while Dr. ZYX, for 27, began a detailed account of the attack. As they presented their evidence, the Admiral's expression shifted from skepticism to grave concern. This is worse than we thought, Xanthor muttered, manipulating the holographic displays to show a tactical overview of Federation space. Suddenly, an alarm blared. A junior officer burst into the room, mandibles clicking in agitation. Admiral, long-range sensors have detected a massive fleet approaching. It's a coalition, sir, ships from multiple Federation worlds. Xanthor's skin pulsed with shades of deep red. They're coming to demand Earth's expulsion in person. Gabriel's mind raced, assessing their options. They needed time to present their evidence, to make the Federation understand the true nature of the threat. An idea formed, bold and risky. Admiral, Gabriel said, his voice cutting through the tension, your station has a powerful communication array, doesn't it? Xanthor nodded slowly, realization dawning in his eyes. You want to broadcast the evidence. Galaxy-wide, Gabriel confirmed, before that fleet arrives and forces a hasty decision. The Admiral was silent for a long moment, weighing the potential consequences. Finally, he gave a curt nod. Do it. But be aware, Ambassador, if this fails, the repercussions will be severe. As they moved to implement the plan, alarms blared once again. This time, the message was even more dire. Multiple security breaches detected. A voice announced over the station's comm system. Intruders in sectors 3, 7, and 9. Gabriel's combat instincts kicked in. The extremists. They must have infiltrated the approaching fleet. Admiral Xanthor's skin rippled with anger. They're here to destroy the evidence and silence the witnesses. Gabriel stood, pushing aside his fatigue and pain. Give me access to your security teams. I'll coordinate the defense. The Admiral hesitated for only a second before nodding. Granted, don't make me regret this, human. As Gabriel integrated with the station's security network, the space around him transformed into a tactical display. Red dots indicating intruders spread through the station like a virus. Security teams, this is Ambassador Reyes. Gabriel's voice rang out across the station. Form defensive perimeters around vital areas. Use the station's layout to your advantage. We're fighting on our turf. The next few minutes were a blur of activity. Gabriel directed teams, monitored enemy movements, and coordinated counterattacks. The station became a labyrinth of danger, with firefights erupting in corridors and maintenance shafts. In the midst of the chaos, Gabriel received an unexpected communication. Gabriel, it's Gia. I'm awake, and I want to help. Gia, you should be resting. Gabriel started, but she cut him off. I know these extremists, Gabriel. Their tactics, their thought processes. Let me contribute. Recognizing the value of her expertise, Gabriel reluctantly agreed. With Gia's insights, they began to anticipate the infiltrators' moves, turning the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, Dr. ZYX 427 worked feverishly in the communication hub, compiling and encrypting the evidence for broadcast. His fingers flew across alien interfaces, staying one step ahead of the extremist attempts to sabotage the array. As the battle for the station intensified, Admiral Xanthor's voice came through the comm. Ambassador, the Coalition fleet has entered weapons range. I'm attempting to negotiate, but we're running out of time. Gabriel gritted his teeth, directing his team towards the central hub. They fought their way through corridors filled with acrid smoke and the glow of energy weapons. Finally, they reached their destination. Dr. ZYX 427 status? Gabriel called out as he secured the room. The Arcturian scientist looked up from his work, his eyes reflecting the strain of his efforts. Ready for transmission, Ambassador. Gabriel nodded, his finger hovering over the broadcast initiation. In this moment, he knew the fate of Earth's place in the Federation hung in the balance. With a deep breath, he pressed the button. The evidence of the attack and its broader implications streamed out across the galaxy, reaching every corner of the Federation. Almost immediately, the approaching Coalition fleet's formation began to falter. But the extremists, realizing their plan was unraveling, launched a desperate final assault on the station's core systems. Gabriel rallied his mixed team of human and alien defenders, using every trick and tactic at his disposal to hold the line. As the battle reached its peak, Federation reinforcements arrived, having received the broadcast and understood the true threat. The tide began to turn, but Gabriel knew the fight was not nearly finished. The repercussions of these events would reshape galactic politics for years to come. For now, though, Gabriel focused on the immediate task at hand, securing the station and ensuring the truth spread far and wide. As he coordinated with the newly arrived Federation ships, he couldn't help but reflect on the unlikely alliance that had formed through this crucible of conflict. Human, Arcturian, Rigelian, and a dozen other species, all united against a common threat. The extremist final push was faltering, but Gabriel remained vigilant. He knew that this was just the beginning of a much larger struggle, one that would test the very foundations of the Federation. As he prepared for the next phase of the battle, Gabriel's mind was already racing, formulating strategies for the challenges that lay ahead. Gabriel's mind sharpened, focusing on the immediate challenges they faced. As the last of the extremists were rounded up, Gabriel made his way to the medical bay. He found Gia sitting up in bed, her color improved but her expression troubled. "How are you feeling?" he asked, approaching her bedside. Gia's eyes met his. "Better, physically. But Gabriel, this is just the beginning." Before he could respond, Admiral Xanthor's voice crackled over the comm system. "Ambassador Reyes, report to the command center immediately." Gabriel squeezed Gia's hand. "We'll talk soon," he promised, then hurried to answer the summons. In the command center, Admiral Xanthor's skin pulsed with agitation. The Federation Council has called an emergency session on Nexus Prime. You're expected to attend and present your evidence in person. Gabriel nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "When do we leave?" "Immediately," Xanthor replied. "But there's more. Our intelligence suggests that the extremists are regrouping under a new leader, Colonel Marcus Blackwood." The name sent a chill down Gabriel's spine. He knew Blackwood's reputation, a brilliant tactician turned radical ideologue. "We can't let him undo everything we've accomplished," Gabriel said, his mind racing. "Admiral, I have a proposal." Xanthor's eyes narrowed. "I'm listening." Gabriel outlined his plan for a specialized task force, emphasizing the need for diverse representation from across the Federation. As he spoke, he could see the Admiral's expression shifting from skepticism to consideration. "It's risky," Xanthor admitted, "but given the circumstances, it might be our best option. You have my authorization, Ambassador. Assemble your team." Over the next few hours, Gabriel worked tirelessly to recruit his task force. He started with Dr. ZYX, for 27, who, despite his physical frailty, insisted on joining. "My expertise in xenotechnology will be crucial," the Arcturian scientist argued. "I've already begun developing new methods to track Blackwood's movements." Gia, having discharged herself from the medical bay, was the next to volunteer. "You'll need someone who understands the diplomatic landscape," she said. "And I have a personal stake in seeing this through." As word spread of Gabriel's task force, he faced resistance from some Federation members. However, his actions during the recent crisis had earned him allies in unexpected places. A Tellarite security chief approached him, tusks clicking as she spoke. "Your tactics during the station assault were adequate," she grudgingly admitted. "My team is at your disposal." A Vulcan intelligence analyst offered his services, citing the logical necessity of pooling resources against a common threat. Even a group of Andorian engineers volunteered, eager to test their latest stealth technology against Blackwood's forces. As Gabriel reviewed his growing roster, an alert sounded. A ship was requesting permission to dock. When the visual feed came through, Gabriel couldn't suppress a grin. Commander Crix's craggy Andromedan features filled the screen. "Heard you were putting together a hunting party, human. My warriors and I want in." With Crix's elite Andromedan shock troopers added to the mix, the task force was complete. Gabriel gathered his diverse team in the station's main hangar, surrounded by ships prepped for immediate departure. "Our mission is clear," Gabriel addressed the assembled group. "Find Blackwood, neutralize his forces, and prevent further attacks on the Federation. Each of you brings unique skills and perspectives that will be crucial to our success." He turned to Dr. ZYX, 427. "Doctor, what's the status on our tracking capabilities?" The Arcturian's compound eyes blinked rapidly. "I've recalibrated our long-range sensors to detect the unique energy signature of Blackwood's ships. We should be able to track them across multiple star systems." Gabriel nodded. "Excellent. Gia, what can you tell us about potential diplomatic hurdles?" Gia stepped forward, her posture straight despite her recent injuries. "Several Federation worlds are still wary of human involvement. We'll need to tread carefully and emphasize the collaborative nature of our task force." "Understood," Gabriel said. He turned to address the entire group. "We'll be operating in multiple jurisdictions, often without official sanction. Our success depends on trust and cooperation. Any doubts or concerns, speak up now." The hangar remained silent, each member of the task force standing resolute. Gabriel allowed himself a moment of pride before continuing. "Our first target is a suspected extremist stronghold in the Vega system. Intelligence suggests it's being used as a staging area for future attacks. We leave in 30 minutes. Prepare your teams and equipment." As the task force dispersed to their assigned ships, Gabriel felt a presence at his side. It was Crix, the Andromedan commander. "You've assembled a formidable team, human," Crix rumbled. "But hunting Blackwood won't be easy. He knows our tactics, our weaknesses." Gabriel met the Andromedan's gaze. "That's why we're changing the game. With this team, we have capabilities he can't predict." Crix nodded, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Then let the hunt begin." As Gabriel boarded his command ship, he received a priority message from Admiral Xanthor. "New intelligence, Ambassador. Blackwood's forces have been spotted near the Arcturus mining colony. Proceed with caution. The situation there is unstable." Gabriel acknowledged the message, his mind already formulating strategies. As the hangar bay doors opened to the vastness of space, He gave the order to launch. The task force accelerated into the starry expanse, their ships forming a tight formation. Gabriel watched the station shrink behind them, knowing that their actions in the coming days would shape the future of human-alien relations. As they set course for the Arcturus system, Gabriel couldn't shake the feeling that Blackwood was leading them into a trap. But with his diverse team at his side, he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The hunt for Colonel Marcus Blackwood had begun, and with it, a new chapter in the struggle for peace in the Federation. The hunt for Colonel Marcus Blackwood led Gabriel's task force to the fringes of Federation space. As they approached their target, a fortified asteroid base concealed within a dense debris field, Gabriel surveyed his team on the bridge of the lead ship. "This is it," he announced, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. "Everyone knows their role. Let's make it count." Commander Crix nodded, his craggy features set with persistence. "My warriors are ready, human. We'll crack that base open like a Regellian oyster." As the debris field loomed before them, Gabriel activated the ship-wide comm. "All units, prepare for insertion. Crix, you have point." The Andromedan shock trooper ships peeled away, their advanced stealth technology rendering them nearly invisible against the backdrop of space. Gabriel watched the tactical display, tracking their progress as they approached the base's outer sensor array. Minutes ticked by in tense silence. Then, Crix's gravelly voice crackled over the comm. "Sensors neutralized. You're clear to proceed, Ambassador." Gabriel leaned forward, guiding the main assault force through a narrow corridor in the debris field. Fragments of long-dead ships and asteroids drifted past their viewports as they navigated the treacherous path. "Energy signatures ahead," reported the Vulcan analyst, consistent with automated defense systems. "Evasive pattern Delta," Gabriel ordered. The ships responded instantly, weaving through the debris in a complex dance that confounded the base's targeting systems. As they closed in on the asteroid, Gabriel felt a familiar surge of adrenaline. "Prepare for breach. Gia, stand by with our diplomatic options." The moment they breached the outer hull, chaos erupted. Alarms blared as Blackwood's forces scrambled to repel the invaders. Gabriel's mind raced, assessing the situation and adapting their strategy on the fly. "Gia, take a team to the lower levels," he commanded. "See if you can persuade some of these extremists to stand down. Crix, push toward the central hub. I'll lead a team to flank their main force." As they fought their way through the base's winding corridors, Gabriel's comm crackled to life. "Ambassador," Dr. ZYX 427's voice came through, tense and urgent. "I'm detecting an alarming energy buildup in the base's core. It matches the theoretical output of a neural disruption weapon." Gabriel's blood ran cold. "Understood, Doctor. Keep monitoring and guide us to the source." He signaled to Crix and a select group of specialists. "Change of plans. We're heading for the core. That weapon cannot be allowed to activate." They fought their way deeper into the base, encountering increasingly desperate resistance. Experimental weapons fired by Blackwood's forces sent arcs of unknown energy crackling through the air, forcing Gabriel's team to adapt their tactics on the fly. As they neared the central chamber, they encountered a group of extremists holding alien hostages. Gabriel raised his hand, halting his team's advance. "We don't want unnecessary casualties," he said, his mind racing. "Let's try to talk them down." The negotiations were tense, but they bought precious time. Just as the situation seemed about to boil over, Gia arrived with a group of persuaded extremists in tow. The confusion this caused among the hostage-takers allowed Gabriel's team to swiftly and safely neutralize the threat. With the hostages secured, Gabriel and Crix made their final push towards the weapon chamber. They burst through the doors to find Colonel Blackwood himself activating the neural disruption device. The air filled with an invisible, insidious pulse. Crick stumbled, his massive frame suddenly unsteady. "Gabriel," he growled, fighting to stay conscious. "Finish this." Unaffected by the pulse, Gabriel charged forward. Blackwood turned to face him, a sneer twisting his features. "You're too late, Reyes. The Federation will remember this day as the moment humanity took its rightful place." Gabriel didn't waste breath on a response. He launched himself at Blackwood, their bodies colliding in a furious tangle of strikes and countermoves. The two seasoned soldiers grappled amidst the chaos of the malfunctioning base, alarms blaring and systems overloading around them. Blackwood fought with the rigid precision of traditional military training, but Gabriel's experiences alongside his alien allies had broadened his repertoire. He flowed from one style to another, blending techniques in a way Blackwood struggled to counter. With a final, decisive move, Gabriel slammed Blackwood to the ground, pinning him there. But the fight wasn't over. The neural disruption device had reached a critical stage, its pulsing growing more intense by the second. "ZYX," Gabriel shouted into his comm. "How do I shut this thing down?" The Arcturian's voice came back, weak but determined. "Connect your device to the main console. I'll guide you through the deactivation sequence." Gabriel scrambled to comply, his fingers flying over the alien interface as Dr. ZYX 427 talked him through the complex shutdown procedure. With seconds to spare, the device powered down, its ominous hum fading to silence. But their victory was short-lived. The power surge from the deactivation triggered a cascade failure throughout the base's systems. Explosions rocked the structure, and klaxons wailed in warning. "Everyone out now," Gabriel ordered, hauling the semi-conscious Cricks to his feet. "Grab all the intel you can and move." As they raced through the disintegrating base, Gabriel ensured that every scrap of evidence was secured. The information they gathered would be crucial in rooting out the remaining extremist cells and exposing the conspiracy within the Federation. They reached their ships just as the base began to break apart. Gabriel watched from the view screen as the asteroid erupted in a brilliant explosion, visible across the star system. As the task force regrouped, tending to their wounded and catching their breath, Gabriel received an urgent communication. Admiral Xanthor's face appeared on the screen, his expression a mix of relief and apprehension. "Excellent work, Ambassador," the Admiral said. "But I'm afraid your job isn't finished. The Federation Council is demanding an immediate debriefing. What you've uncovered, it could change everything." Gabriel nodded, understanding the weight of what lay ahead. As he set course for Zenora Prime, he knew that the real battle was just beginning. The evidence they'd gathered had the potential to reshape the very foundations of the Federation. Looking around at his diverse team, human, Andromedan, Arcturian, and more, Gabriel felt a surge of pride and grit. They had faced the impossible and emerged victorious. Now, it was time to face an even greater challenge: the complex political landscape of the Federation itself. As the stars streaked by outside, Gabriel began to prepare for the diplomatic battles to come. The fate of Earth, and perhaps the entire Federation, would hinge on what happened next. As the stars streaked by outside, Gabriel began to prepare for the diplomatic battles to come. The fate of Earth, and perhaps the entire Federation, would hinge on what happened next. The task force's ships decelerated as they approached Zenora Prime, the sprawling capital planet of the Galactic Federation. Gabriel stood at the viewport, watching the planet's shimmering atmosphere grow larger. Suddenly, the ship's comm system crackled to life. "Ambassador Reyes," Admiral Xanthor's voice came through, urgent and tense. "The Federation Council has convened an emergency session. You're to dock immediately at the orbital station for debriefing." Gabriel acknowledged the order and relayed it to his team. As they maneuvered toward the massive space station hanging above Zenora Prime, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. The docking procedure was swift and efficient. As the airlock hissed open, Gabriel and his team were met by a contingent of Federation security forces. At their head stood a tall, blue-skinned Centaurian with piercing silver eyes. "I am Captain Zarkon," he announced, his voice clipped and formal. "You will be escorted to separate debriefing chambers immediately." Gia stepped forward, her brow furrowed. "With respect, Captain, we prefer to present our findings as a unified team." Zarkon's expression remained impassive. "This is not a request, diplomat. Federation protocol demands individual debriefings for matters of this sensitivity." Gabriel caught Gia's eye, noting her concern. He shared it. The mole they'd uncovered during their mission could be anyone within the Federation hierarchy. Separation made them vulnerable. As they were led away, Gabriel's mind raced. He tapped a complex pattern on his wrist device, a prearranged signal to his team. One by one, they acknowledged, understanding his silent command to safeguard their evidence. In his debriefing chamber, Gabriel faced a panel of stern-faced Federation officials. Their questions were pointed, often leading, and he noticed a disturbing pattern. They seemed intent on minimizing the significance of Blackwood's defeat and the neural disruption weapon. "Surely, Ambassador," one official said, her tone dismissive, "you don't believe this isolated incident represents a genuine threat to the Federation?" Gabriel leaned forward, his voice steady. "With respect, the evidence we've gathered suggests a far-reaching conspiracy, one that could destabilize the entire alliance if left unchecked." The official's eyes narrowed, but before she could respond, alarms blared throughout the station. Gabriel's hand instinctively went to his weapon, only to remember it had been confiscated upon arrival. The door slid open, revealing Captain Zarkon. "Ambassador, we have a situation. Please come with me." As they hurried through the station's corridors, Gabriel caught glimpses of chaos through viewports and open doorways. A crowd had gathered outside the station, their angry shouts audible even through the thick walls. Signs demanding Earth's expulsion from the Federation bobbed among the throng. "Anti-Earth protesters," Zarkon explained tersely. "Your arrival has sparked quite the controversy." They rounded a corner and nearly collided with Commander Crix. The Andromedan's eyes widened in recognition. "Gabriel," he rumbled, "something's wrong. The questions in my debriefing, they didn't match the mission parameters." Gabriel nodded grimly. "Same here. They're trying to bury this." A nearby console flickered to life, displaying Dr. ZYX 427's agitated face. "Ambassador, I've detected unauthorized transmissions coinciding with our arrival. Someone is actively working against us." The pieces clicked into place. Gabriel turned to Zarkon, studying the Centaurian's impassive features. "Captain, I need to speak with Admiral Xanthor immediately." Before Zarkon could respond, Gia appeared, slightly out of breath. "Gabriel, I've been networking with the diplomats here. The Federation is deeply divided over Earth's role in the Alliance. We need to act fast." Gabriel's comm device buzzed. A text message from Admiral Xanthor scrolled across the screen. "Evidence at risk. Prepare for extraction. Access codes to Hangar 17B follow. Scout ship waiting." He looked up at his team, persistence etched on every face. "New plan," Gabriel announced. "Crix, secure our evidence. Dr. ZYX, I need a diversion. Gia, you're with me. We're going to the council chambers." As his team sprang into action, Gabriel turned to Captain Zarkon. The Centaurian's hand hovered near his weapon, indecision clear in his eyes. "Captain," Gabriel said quietly, "you swore an oath to protect the Federation. Right now, that means letting us do our job." For a long moment, Zarkon didn't move. Then, slowly, he lowered his hand. "Go," he said simply. "I'll delay the security teams as long as I can." Gabriel nodded his thanks and took off down the corridor with Gia at his side. As they ran, the station's lights flickered and dimmed, Dr. ZYX's diversion taking effect. They navigated the chaotic station, dodging panicked crowds and confused security patrols. Gia's diplomatic credentials got them through several checkpoints, while Gabriel's combat training proved invaluable in evading the more persistent pursuers. Finally, they reached the outer chambers of the Federation Council. Gabriel's heart pounded as they approached the massive doors. Everything they'd fought for came down to this moment. But as the doors slid open, Gabriel's blood ran cold. A heavily armed security detail stood before them, led by a high-ranking Federation official whose face Gabriel recognized from intelligence briefings. "Ambassador Reyes," the official said, a cold smile on his face. "I'm afraid this is as far as you go." Gabriel's mind raced, assessing options, looking for a way out. The mole they'd been hunting stood before them, backed by enough firepower to stop their mission in its tracks. With the fate of Earth hanging in the balance, Gabriel knew the next few moments would determine not just their future, but the very integrity of the Galactic Federation itself. Gabriel's mind raced, searching for a way out of this deadly standoff. The high-ranking official's cold smile morphed into a sneer as he stepped forward, revealing his identity. "Counselor Drendar," Gabriel said, recognizing the Syrian's distinctive features. "I should have known." Drendar's eyes narrowed. "Your meddling ends here, Ambassador. Hand over your evidence immediately." Gabriel's fingers twitched, inching towards a hidden emergency beacon on his wrist. In one fluid motion, he activated it, sending a silent alert to his team. Suddenly, the floor beneath them lurched. The artificial gravity fluctuated wildly, sending everyone stumbling. Gabriel seized the moment, launching himself at the nearest guard. His hand closed around the alien's weapon, wrenching it free. "Gia, go!" he shouted, using his body as a shield. The Arcturian diplomat didn't hesitate. She darted past the disoriented security detail, clutching the precious data crystal containing their evidence. The massive doors to the council chambers loomed ahead. Gabriel spun, facing the remaining guards and Drendar. He dropped into a low stance, a blend of Andromedan grappling techniques and Arcturian pressure point strikes at the ready. The first guard charged, swinging a stun baton. Gabriel ducked under the blow, driving his elbow into the alien's midsection. He felt ribs crack under the impact. Pivoting, he used the guard's momentum to fling him into his comrades. Drendar pulled out a sleek pistol, its barrel glowing with energy. "You're making a mistake, Reyes," he snarled. Gabriel didn't waste breath on a response. He lunged forward, weaving between plasma bolts that sizzled past his ears. His hand snaked out, striking nerve clusters in rapid succession. Drendar's arm went limp, the pistol clattering to the floor. Inside the council chambers, Gia faced a sea of shocked faces. Counselors from a dozen species stared at her in stunned silence. "This is highly irregular," a tentacled Vesperian counselor sputtered. Counselor Vexera, her silver skin shimmering, rose from her seat. "Given the circumstances, I move we hear what Diplomat Gia has to say." Gia nodded gratefully, her fingers flying over the data crystal's interface. A holographic display sprang to life, filling the chamber with a cascade of information. "Esteemed counselors," Gia began, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "What you're seeing is evidence of a far-reaching conspiracy within our own ranks." Images flashed by. Colonel Blackwood's neural disruption device, classified communiques between high-ranking officials, financial transactions linking Federation resources to extremist groups. A gasp rippled through the assembly as Counselor Drendar's face appeared, clearly implicated in the web of deceit. Outside, the battle raged on. Gabriel's enhanced reflexes, honed through countless sparring sessions with his alien allies, allowed him to hold his own against multiple opponents. But he was tiring, and the security forces seemed endless. A roar echoed down the corridor. Gabriel grinned, recognizing the sound. Commander Crix burst onto the scene, leading a charge of Andromedan warriors. Their massive frames filled the hallway, creating a living wall between Gabriel and his attackers. "Thought you could use some backup," Crix rumbled, a fierce grin on his face. Gabriel nodded, catching his breath. Impeccable timing, as always. Together, they made short work of the remaining security forces. Drendar, seeing his plans unraveling, turned to flee. He made it 3 steps before Crix's massive hand closed around his collar, lifting him off the ground. "Going somewhere?" the Andromedan growled. With the immediate threat neutralized, Gabriel strode into the council chambers. His uniform was torn, a thin line of blood tracing his cheek. The assembled counselors fell silent at his entrance, the evidence of his struggle lending weight to the gravity of the situation. Admiral Xanthor appeared moments later, his holographic form materializing in the center of the chamber. "Counselors," he said, his voice resonating with authority, "I can confirm everything Ambassador Reyes and his team have presented. The conspiracy they've uncovered poses a grave threat to the stability of our alliance." The chamber erupted in shocked murmurs and heated discussions. Gabriel made his way to Gia's side, placing a supportive hand on her shoulder. "Well done," he said softly. She smiled, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. "We're not out of the woods yet." As the implications of their evidence sank in, the mood in the chamber shifted. Accusations flew, fingers pointed, and calls for immediate action grew louder. Counselor Vexera's voice cut through the chaos. "We cannot ignore what has been brought before us. I propose an emergency session to address these security breaches and begin a thorough investigation of all levels of Federation governance." A chorus of agreement followed. The Council's focus had shifted dramatically, the question of Earth's place in the Federation overshadowed by the more immediate threat from within. Gabriel watched as the political landscape reshaped itself before his eyes. The revelations they'd fought so hard to bring to light were already having far-reaching consequences. Admiral Xanthor approached, his holographic form flickering slightly. "Ambassador, I need you and your team in briefing room Alpha immediately. The Council is proposing the formation of a specialized task force to root out the remaining extremist cells. They want you to lead it." Gabriel nodded, his mind already racing with the implications. He glanced at Gia, saw the drive in her eyes, and knew she was thinking the same thing. As they made their way to the briefing room, followed by Crix and the rest of their team, Gabriel couldn't help but reflect on how far they'd come. What had started as a simple security detail had evolved into something far greater. The challenges ahead were daunting, but as he looked at the diverse group of allies surrounding him, he felt a surge of confidence. The doors to the briefing room slid open, revealing a hive of activity. Holographic displays flickered with data streams, and Federation officials hurried back and forth. At the center of it all stood a hollow projection of the galaxy, sectors highlighted in various colors indicating potential extremist activity. Admiral Xanthor's voice cut through the noise. "Welcome to your new command center, Ambassador. We have a lot of work ahead of us." Gabriel stepped forward, his team falling in behind him. The real battle was just beginning. Gabriel took a deep breath, centering himself as he surveyed the bustling command center. The gravity of their new mission settled over him like a mantle. "Admiral," he said, turning to Xanthor, "before we dive in, I need a full briefing on the extent of this network. How deep does it go?" The Admiral's holographic form flickered as he manipulated the galactic display. "Deeper than we initially feared, Ambassador. Our preliminary analysis indicates dozens of potential cells spread across multiple sectors." The map bloomed with red markers, each representing a suspected extremist stronghold. Gabriel's eyes widened as he took in the scope of the threat. Counselor Vexera stepped forward, her silver skin catching the light from the holomaps. "This is why we need a specialized task force, Ambassador Reyes. One with the flexibility to operate across jurisdictions and the expertise to handle diverse threats." Gabriel nodded, his mind already racing through potential strategies. "I assume you have someone in mind to lead this task force?" Vexera's eyes locked onto his. "We do. You, Ambassador." The room fell silent. Gabriel blinked, caught off guard for the first time since setting foot on the station. "Me? But I'm not even." "You've proven your ability to unite diverse species towards a common goal," Vexera interrupted. "Your actions today have demonstrated that humanity has much to offer the Federation. We need your unique perspective." Before Gabriel could respond, alarms blared throughout the command center. Displays flickered, switching to security feeds from the station's lower levels. "We have a situation," Admiral Xanthor announced, his voice tense. "A group of extremist sympathizers has seized control of critical life support systems. They're demanding the release of Counselor Drendar and the suppression of our evidence." Gabriel's hesitation evaporated. He snapped into action, years of training taking over. "Gia, access the station schematics. Focus on the life support control centers. Crix, I need you to gather our team and any available Andromedan warriors." As his allies sprang into motion, Gabriel turned to Dr. ZYX, 427. "Doctor, can you lock them out of the station systems?" The Arcturian's tentacles danced over a nearby console. "I can create a temporary firewall, but they've already gained significant control. It won't hold forever." Gabriel nodded grimly. "Do what you can. Buy us time." He turned back to the main display, studying the layout of the station's maintenance tunnels. A plan began to form in his mind. "Admiral, we'll need to evacuate non-essential personnel from threatened areas," Gabriel said. "Meanwhile, I'll lead a strike team through these maintenance shafts. We can approach the control center undetected." Xanthor's hologram nodded. "Understood. I'll coordinate with station security. Good hunting, Ambassador." Minutes later, Gabriel led his team to the cramped confines of the maintenance tunnels. The air was thick with tension and the acrid smell of ozone. Crix brought up the rear, his massive frame barely fitting through the narrow passages. As they navigated the maze-like structure, Gabriel's comm unit crackled to life. Gia's voice came through, tight with stress. "Gabriel, I've detected energy signatures ahead. Looks like they've set up some kind of defensive perimeter." Gabriel held up a fist, signaling the team to halt. He peered around a corner, his enhanced vision picking out the faint shimmer of an energy field. "Traps," he muttered. "Clever." He turned to his team, a mix of human and Andromedan operatives. "We need to disable these barriers without alerting the extremists. Ideas?" A young Andromedan stepped forward, her scales shifting color with excitement. "Sir, I've studied Syrian energy manipulation techniques. With your permission, I believe I can create a localized disruption." Gabriel nodded. "Do it." The Andromedan closed her eyes, concentrating. The air around them seemed to ripple, and for a moment, Gabriel felt a strange pressure in his ears. Then, with a soft pop, the energy field ahead of them flickered and died. They pressed on, disabling trap after trap. But their progress didn't go unnoticed. As they neared the life support control center, a voice boomed through the station's communication system. "Attention, Federation lackeys," the voice snarled. "I am Crostour, and you are interfering with the natural order of the galaxy." Gabriel exchanged glances with Crix. This was unexpected, a previously unknown player entering the game. Crostour continued, his voice filled with zealous fervor. "Humanity's unchecked expansion threatens us all. We will not stand idly by while your kind infests every corner of the galaxy." Gabriel's mind raced. This wasn't just about power or corruption. There were deeper fears at play here. He keyed his comm unit. "Crostour," he said, keeping his voice calm and measured. "I'm Ambassador Gabriel Reyes. I think there's been a misunderstanding. We're not here to—" "Save your lies, human," Crostour spat. "We know the truth. Release Counselor Drendar and destroy your so-called evidence, or we'll depressurize entire sections of the station. You have 10 minutes to comply." The communication cut off abruptly. Gabriel turned to his team, grit etched on every face. "New plan," he said. "We breach the control center now. Crix, take point. Everyone else, watch for civilians and be ready for anything." As they moved into position outside the control center doors, Gabriel's mind whirled with possibilities. He'd need every ounce of diplomacy and tactical skill to defuse the situation without bloodshed. The doors loomed before them, the last barrier between order and chaos. Gabriel took a deep breath, steadying himself for what lay ahead. "On my mark," he said quietly. 3, 2, 1. The doors hissed open, revealing a scene of controlled chaos. Crostour and his extremists whirled to face the intruders, their weapons raised. Gabriel's team burst into action, spreading out to cover the room. "Stand down!" Gabriel's voice cut through the tension. "This doesn't have to end in bloodshed." Crostour, a towering Syrian with iridescent scales, sneered. "You're too late, human. The countdown has begun." Gabriel's eyes darted to the central console, where a timer ticked down ominously. He noticed Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles flying over a nearby terminal, working furiously to counter the extremist sabotage. "Crix, secure the perimeter," Gabriel ordered. "Gia, see if you can help the doctor." As his team moved into position, Gabriel kept his focus on Crostour. "Think about what you're doing. Destroying the station won't just hurt humans. It'll impact every species in the Federation." "A necessary sacrifice," Crostour spat. "Your kind spreads like a virus. We're the cure." The air crackled with tension as both sides held their positions. Gabriel's mind raced, searching for a way to defuse the situation without further violence. Suddenly, the main doors slid open again. Admiral Xanthor strode in, flanked by a contingent of Federation security forces. The extremists, caught off guard, hesitated. Gabriel seized the moment. "Now!" he shouted. His team sprang into action. Crix barreled into a cluster of extremists, scattering them like pins. Gia vaulted over a console, her nimble fingers dancing across the controls to aid Dr. ZYX 427's efforts. In the chaos, Gabriel locked eyes with Crostour. The Syrian leader raised his weapon, but Gabriel was faster. He closed the distance in 3 swift strides, disarming Crostour with a move he'd learned from an Andromedan martial arts master. As Federation forces secured the remaining extremists, Gabriel turned his attention to the countdown. "Doctor, status report." Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles continued their frantic dance across the terminal. "I've isolated the detonation sequence, but I can't stop it entirely. The best I can do is contain the explosion to non-critical systems." Alarms blared as the countdown reached its final seconds. Gabriel braced himself, but the expected devastation never came. Instead, a series of muffled thuds echoed through the station, accompanied by the groaning of stressed metal. "We did it," Gia breathed, relief evident in her voice. "The station's still here." As the immediate danger passed, Gabriel found himself whisked away to the Federation Council chambers. The mood was solemn as he entered, flanked by Admiral Xanthor and his team. The council members, still visibly shaken by recent events, rose to their feet. Gabriel felt the weight of their collective gaze as he stood before them. Admiral Xanthor stepped forward, his holographic form flickering slightly. Ambassador Reyes, in light of your actions today and humanity's crucial role in uncovering this threat, the Council has reached a momentous decision. Gabriel's heart raced as he waited for the Admiral to continue. Earth is to be granted a permanent seat on the Federation Council, Xanthor announced. And you, Ambassador, have been chosen as humanity's first representative. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Gabriel stood stunned, the implications of this decision washing over him. I'm honored, he managed, his voice thick with emotion. But surely there are others more qualified. Counselor Vexera interrupted, her silver skin shimmering under the chamber's lights. You've proven yourself time and again, Ambassador. Your ability to unite diverse species, to see beyond our differences. That's exactly what the Federation needs right now. Before Gabriel could respond, alarms blared once more. A nearby display flickered to life, showing a schematic of the station. Red warning indicators bloomed across the image. We have another situation, Admiral Xanthor announced grimly. A hidden extremist cell has initiated a sabotage plan targeting the station's central power core. Gabriel snapped back into action, pushing aside the weight of his new responsibilities. We need to evacuate non-essential personnel immediately. Gia, coordinate with station security. Crix, get the Council members to safety. As his team sprang into motion, Gabriel turned to Dr. ZYX-427. Doctor, I need you in the main control center. Do whatever you can to slow them down. The Arturian scientist nodded, hurrying out of the chamber. Gabriel addressed the remaining Council members. I promise you, we will stop this threat. But right now, I need you all to follow Commander Crix to safety. With the chamber clearing, Gabriel gathered a mixed team of human and alien specialists. They moved swiftly through the station's corridors, heading for the central power core. As they descended into the maze-like infrastructure of the station, Gabriel's comm unit crackled to life. Gia's voice came through, tense but controlled. Gabriel, we're picking up multiple explosive signatures throughout the station. They've rigged key structural points. Gabriel's mind raced, formulating a plan. Split the team. I'll lead a group to the power core. The rest focus on those explosives. As they moved deeper into the station's bowels, resistance grew fiercer. Extremists ambushed them in narrow maintenance tunnels and cramped utility rooms. Gabriel's team fought back, their diverse skills and technologies combining in a display of interspecies cooperation. Finally, they reached the power core chamber. Gabriel peered around a corner, assessing the situation. The room was heavily fortified, extremists in defensive positions around the central core. He turned to his team, grit etched on every face. This is it. Remember your training. Trust each other, and we'll get through this. With a nod to his team, Gabriel prepared to make his move. The fate of the station, and perhaps the entire Federation, hung in the balance. As he tensed to spring into action, he knew that whatever happened next would shape the future of human-alien relations for generations to come. Come, Gabriel tensed, ready to lead his team into the fray, when a blaring alarm cut through the charged atmosphere. All eyes snapped to the nearest display screen. Ambassador Reyes. Admiral Xanthor's hologram flickered to life, his expression grave. We have an urgent situation developing on Earth. Gabriel's heart raced. Earth? What's happening? A dormant alien artifact has been discovered deep within the planet's crust. It's just activated, emitting an unknown energy signature. We need your team there immediately. The control room erupted in a flurry of activity. Gabriel turned to his diverse crew, their faces a mix of concern and grit. Change of plans, he announced. We're heading to Earth. Gia, contact the Federation Council. We'll need emergency clearance for immediate departure. As they rushed through the station's corridors, Gabriel's mind whirled with possibilities. An alien artifact on Earth? The implications were staggering. Within hours, they were aboard the starship Concordia, a sleek vessel dripping with the latest Federation technology. Commander Crix prowled the bridge, overseeing the integration of Andromedan defense systems. All systems operational, Ambassador, Crix reported, his massive frame dwarfing the command chair. We're ready for departure. Gabriel nodded, settling into his seat. Take us out, Helm. Maximum speed to Earth. The Concordia surged forward, stars blurring into streaks of light as they entered hyperspace. In the ship's laboratory, Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles danced across multiple screens, analyzing the limited data on the artifact. Fascinating, the Arcturian muttered. The energy readings suggest technology far beyond our current understanding. This could be a relic of an ancient civilization, one that may have influenced multiple species across the galaxy. Gabriel leaned in, studying the swirling patterns on the screen. Any theories on its purpose? Too early to say, Dr. ZYX, for 27 replied. But it's activation now, just as humanity joins the Federation Council. The timing can't be coincidental. As they neared Earth's solar system, a tense alert rang out across the bridge. Gia's fingers flew across her console. Unidentified vessel detected, attempting to bypass Earth's defense grid. Extremists, Gabriel growled. They must have caught wind of the artifact. Helm, plot an intercept course. Crix, ready weapons, but hold fire unless absolutely necessary. The Concordia surged forward, quickly gaining on the intruder. Gabriel watched the tactical display as they closed in, the unmarked ship weaving erratically through the outer defense platforms. They're making a run for the inner system, Crix reported. Shall I disable their engines? Gabriel nodded. Do it. A pulse of energy lanced out from the Concordia, striking the fleeing ship's propulsion systems with surgical precision. The vessel listed, drifting helplessly in space. Prepare a boarding party, Gabriel ordered. I want those extremists in our brig for questioning. Hours later, Gabriel stood in the Concordia's interrogation room, facing the captured extremist leader. The man's eyes burned with fanatic intensity. You don't understand what you're interfering with, the extremist spat. That artifact is humanity's birthright, the key to our supremacy in the galaxy. Gabriel leaned in, his voice low and dangerous. Who are you working for? The man's laugh was bitter. You think we're just some fringe group? We have allies in the highest levels of Earth's government. The Terran purists will claim what's rightfully ours, and not even your precious Federation can stop us. Gabriel's blood ran cold. He strode out of the interrogation room, his mind racing. If what the extremists said was true, they were walking into a powder keg. As the Concordia entered Earth's atmosphere, Gabriel gathered his team for a final briefing. We're dealing with more than just extremists, he explained. There's a faction within Earth's government working against us. Stay alert. Trust no one outside this team. They touched down near the Antarctic Research Station, a harsh wind whipping ice crystals against the ship's hull. Gabriel led his team out onto the frozen landscape, their environmental suits barely holding back the biting cold. Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles waved excitedly as they approached the excavation site. The energy readings are off the charts, the Arcturian reported. Whatever's down there, it's unlike anything we've ever encountered. They descended into the icy cavern, the walls glowing with an eerie blue light. As they ventured deeper, signs of recent activity became apparent. Discarded equipment, hastily erected barriers. The purists beat us here, Crix growled, his massive hand tightening on his weapon. Suddenly, the cavern shook, a low hum building to a deafening roar. A blinding flash of light erupted from deeper within the complex. Move! Gabriel shouted, leading his team towards the source of the disturbance. They rounded a corner to find a massive chamber, its walls covered in pulsing alien glyphs. In the center stood a towering obelisk, crackling with energy. A group of figures in unmarked uniforms surrounded it, frantically working at control panels. "Stop!" Gabriel's voice echoed through the chamber. "Step away from the artifact." The purest whirled, weapons raised. For a moment, the two groups stood frozen in a tense standoff. Then, chaos erupted. Energy blasts filled the air as Gabriel's team scrambled for cover. Crix charged forward, his massive frame absorbing hits that would have felled a human instantly. Gia's diplomatic skills were put to a different use as she outmaneuvered a purist agent, disarming him with a swift series of strikes. Dr. ZYX. 427 tentacles flew across an alien console, trying to counteract whatever the purists had done. "Ambassador," the Arcturian shouted, "the artifact's energy levels are spiking. If we don't stabilize it, soon dash." The doctor's words were cut off as the obelisk pulsed, sending out a shockwave that knocked everyone off their feet. As Gabriel struggled to his knees, he saw the air in front of the artifact shimmer and coalesce. A figure materialized, tall, ethereal, and undeniably alien. Its voice seemed to bypass their ears, resonating directly in their minds. "I am the Guardian," it intoned. "You have activated the Crucible of Ascension. Now, you face the ultimate test." Gabriel stood, acutely aware that both his team and the purists had frozen in place, all eyes fixed on the Guardian. "Your species stands at a crossroads," the being continued. "The power of the ancients lies before you. Will you claim it and risk the corruption it may bring? Or will you reject it, choosing to forge your own path in the cosmos?" The Guardian's gaze seemed to pierce through Gabriel. "You, ambassador of Earth and the Federation, must decide. The fate of your world and countless others hangs in the balance." Gabriel's mind reeled. The weight of galaxies pressed down on his shoulders as he contemplated the Guardian's words. But before he could respond, a violent tremor shook the cavern. Chunks of ice crashed down around them as the artifact's energy began to destabilize the entire structure. "Ambassador," Crix shouted over the din. "We need to evacuate now." Gabriel looked from the Guardian to his team, then to the purist agents who now seemed just as terrified as everyone else. The cavern groaned ominously, more ice falling with each passing second. Time was running out. Gabriel had to make a choice, one that would shape the future of humanity and the entire galactic community. But first, they had to survive. Survive. Gabriel's mind raced, weighing the Guardian's words against the imminent danger they faced. The cavern shuddered again, ice cracking ominously above them. "We don't have time for this." Crix bellowed, his massive frame braced against a falling slab of ice. Gabriel locked eyes with the ethereal Guardian. This power, this knowledge, it doesn't belong to humanity alone. It should be shared among all sentient species in the galaxy. The words left his mouth, and for a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then the artifact pulsed with blinding intensity. A wave of energy swept through the cavern, temporarily halting its collapse. The Guardian's form shimmered, its voice resonating in their minds once more. "Your choice aligns with the Crucible's true purpose. Unity among diversity is the path forward." As the light faded, Gabriel saw a small, crystalline object floating where the massive obelisk had stood. He reached out, grasping the data crystal just as the cavern began to groan anew. "Move!" Gabriel shouted, pocketing the crystal. Everyone out now. They scrambled towards the exit, but a group of purists blocked their path, weapons raised. Crix didn't hesitate, charging forward with a roar that shook loose more ice. His Andromedan warriors followed, engaging the extremists in close combat. Gabriel ducked behind a fallen ice column, returning fire alongside Gia. Her precise shots found gaps in the purist armor, while Gabriel's suppressing fire kept them pinned down. Dr. ZYX 427. Gabriel called out, "What can you tell me about this crystal?" The Arcturian's tentacles flew over a portable scanner. Incredible. It contains vast stores of scientific and technological data. And there's more. Similar crystals are activating across the galaxy. A deafening crack split the air. Gabriel looked up to see a massive fissure racing across the cavern ceiling. "We're out of time. Crix, clear us a path." The Andromedan commander nodded, his warriors forming a wedge formation. They pushed forward, breaking through the purest lines and creating an opening for the rest of the team. They sprinted through collapsing tunnels, ancient security systems sparking to life around them. Energy beams lashed out, barely missing them as they ducked and weaved. "Gia!" Gabriel shouted over the chaos. "Contact the surface team. We need an extraction route." Gia's fingers danced over her comm unit as they ran. On it, marking the safest path to the surface now. They emerged into the howling Antarctic wind, the ground beneath their feet trembling. The excavation site was a hive of activity, with personnel scrambling to evacuate. A series of explosions rocked the ice shelf. Gabriel turned to see a group of purists emerging from a secondary tunnel, weapons trained on his team. "Hand over the crystal," their leader demanded, voice distorted by his mask. Gabriel raised his weapon, Crix stepping up beside him. "Not a chance," Gabriel growled. The two sides clashed, energy weapons discharging in bright flashes against the stark white landscape. Gabriel and Crix moved in perfect sync, covering each other's blind spots and taking down purist after purist. A lucky shot grazed Gabriel's arm, searing through his suit. He hissed in pain but kept fighting, drawing on years of combat training. "Gabriel," Gia's voice cut through his calm. "The Concordia is inbound. We need to move now." He nodded, signaling the team to fall back towards the waiting transport vessels. They provided covering fire for each other, leapfrogging from cover to cover as they retreated. The ground lurched beneath them as they reached the transports. Gabriel looked back to see the entire excavation site collapsing in on itself, burying the ancient chamber under tons of ice and rock. As their vessels lifted off, the ice shelf began to fracture. Massive chasms opened up, swallowing equipment and unfortunate stragglers. They accelerated hard, racing to escape the expanding destruction. Gabriel's eyes widened as he saw several ships rising from concealed hangars, giving chase. Purist vessels incoming. The transport rocked as energy blasts impacted their shields. Through the view screen, Gabriel saw the massive form of the starship Concordia descending through the clouds, its weapon systems already engaging the pursuing ships. "Admiral Xanthor," Gabriel called over the comm. Impeccable timing as always. "We aim to please, Ambassador," the Admiral's gravelly voice replied. "Now, let's get you off this rock." The Concordia's superior firepower made short work of the purest ships, clearing a path for the transports to dock. As they sailed into the hangar bay, Gabriel felt the familiar lurch of the ship jumping to faster-than-light speeds. Admiral Xanthor was waiting as they disembarked. The Federation Council is convening an emergency session. Similar artifacts have activated on multiple worlds. They're requesting your immediate presence, Ambassador. Gabriel nodded, feeling the weight of the data crystal in his pocket. Set a course for the capital. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. As the Concordia streaked through hyperspace, Gabriel gathered his team in the ship's main conference room. The data crystal sat on the table before them, pulsing with a soft, blue light. "Dr. ZYX 427, Gabriel said. "What else can you tell us about the crystal's contents?" The Arcturian's tentacles waved excitedly. "It's a treasure trove of advanced technology. Faster-than-light travel improvements, clean energy production, medical breakthroughs. The potential benefits for all species are staggering. Gia leaned forward, her expression concerned. But such rapid advancement could be dangerous. Are there any warnings? Dr. ZYX 427's movements slowed. Yes. There's information about the ancient civilization's downfall. It suggests that technological progress without corresponding social development led to their extinction. A heavy silence fell over the room. Gabriel stood, pacing as he processed this information. So we're not just dealing with the challenge of distributing this knowledge. We need to ensure it's used responsibly. Crix growled, his massive hands clenched into fists. And we must keep it from those who would abuse it. The purists won't stop coming for this. As if on cue, alarms blared throughout the ship. Admiral Xanthor's voice came over the intercom. Ambassador Reyes to the bridge immediately. We've detected a large fleet of unidentified ships on an intercept course. Gabriel and his team raced to the bridge, arriving just as the main view screen lit up with a dizzying array of ship signatures. Vessels of various designs and origins moved in concert, forming a blockade ahead of the Concordia. By the stars, Gia breathed. I've never seen different extremist groups working together like this. Gabriel's eyes hardened as he took in the sight. This knowledge, this power. It's changing everything. The galaxy will never be the same. He turned to Admiral Xanthor. Battle stations. We can't let them get their hands on the crystal. As the crew sprang into action, Gabriel felt the familiar surge of adrenaline. The future of the stars hung in the balance, and the real fight was just beginning. The Concordia sensors lit up with dozens of incoming ships, their formations tight and coordinated. All hands, battle stations. Admiral Xanthor's voice boomed through the ship's intercom. Shields up, weapons hot. Gabriel turned to his team. Crix, coordinate with security. We need boarding parties ready in case they breach our defenses. Dr. ZYX 427, analyze that crystal. Find anything we can use against them. Gia, with me to the bridge. They sprinted through the corridors as the first impacts rocked the ship. On the bridge, tactical displays showed a dizzying array of enemy vessels, a hodgepodge fleet of extremist groups united by their desire for the ancient knowledge. Admiral, status report. Gabriel called out as he entered. Xanthor's multiple eyes blinked rapidly as he processed information. Shields holding at 80%, but they're concentrating fire on our engines. We can't outrun them. The ship shuddered again, more violently this time. A nearby console exploded in a shower of sparks, sending a crew member sprawling. Evasive maneuvers, Xanthor ordered. Return fire, target their weapon systems. The space around them lit up with energy beams and missile trails. The Concordia, despite its size, danced between salvos with surprising agility. But for every enemy ship they damaged, two more seemed to take its place. Gabriel's calm crackled to life. Ambassador, Crix's gruff voice came through. We repelled 2 boarding attempts, but they're getting smarter, using some kind of phase shift technology to bypass our shields. Understood. Hold the line, Commander. Gabriel turned to Gia. We need options. Any word from Federation reinforcements? Gia shook her head, her fingers flying over a communications panel. Negative. The extremists are jamming long-range comms. We're on our own. Another impact, and the lights flickered. Admiral Xanthor growled in frustration. Main engines are down. We're sitting ducks out here. Gabriel's mind raced. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and now immobilized. His hand brushed against the pocket holding the data crystal, and an idea struck him. Dr. ZYX 427. He called into his comm. That crystal. Any chance it could help us boost our systems? The Arcturian's voice came back, tinged with excitement. Theoretically, yes. But integrating unknown alien tech with our systems is incredibly risky. We're out of options, Doctor. Do it. For several tense minutes, the bridge crew fought to keep the ship intact while Dr. ZYX 427 worked. Then, suddenly, the tactical displays flickered and changed. By the stars, Xanthor breathed. Our weapons. They're reconfiguring themselves. Gabriel watched in awe as the Concordia's energy weapons pulsed with new life. When they fired again, the beams cut through the enemy's shields like they weren't even there. Press the advantage, Gabriel ordered. Concentrate fire on their lead ships. The tide of battle shifted rapidly. The extremist fleet, caught off guard by the Concordia's sudden power boost, began to break formation. Some ships fled, while others fought with increased desperation. In the midst of the chaos, Gabriel's personal comm chimed with an incoming transmission. His blood ran cold as he recognized the emergency frequency from Earth. The holographic image of a harried Earth official appeared before him. Ambassador Reyes, we have a situation. The Terran purists. They're attempting a coup. They're after our military assets, claiming it's to secure the ancient knowledge for humanity alone. Gabriel's heart sank. He'd known the purists wouldn't give up easily, but this was beyond what he'd imagined. He looked around the bridge, at his team who had fought so hard to protect the knowledge for all species. And now his own people were threatening to undo everything. Gia, he said, his voice heavy with the weight of his decision. I need you to return to Earth. Take a contingent of Federation peacekeepers. Help stabilize the situation. Gia's eyes widened. But Gabriel, the crystal dash. I'll take it to the Federation capital as planned. We can't let Earth fall to the purists, but we can't abandon our mission either. She nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. As she prepared to leave, Gabriel caught her arm. For a moment, they stood there, words failing them both. Then Gia squeezed his hand and was gone, racing to the hangar bay. The extremist fleet launched a final, desperate attack. A massive energy signature blossomed on the tactical displays, dwarfing anything they'd seen before. Evasive action. Xanthor roared, but Gabriel knew they couldn't move fast enough. In that split second, Gabriel remembered the cavern, the pulsing obelisk, the energy that had suffused them all. The artifact's stabilizing energy, he muttered. Then louder. Divert all power to the forward shields. Channel the energy we absorbed from the Antarctic site. The crew scrambled to comply, not fully understanding, but trusting their ambassador. As the enemy's superweapon fired, the Concordia's shields flared with an otherworldly light. The devastating beams struck and scattered, deflected by the ancient energy. In the stunned silence that followed, new signals appeared on the long-range scanners. Federation reinforcements had arrived, their ships boxing in what remained of the extremist fleet. As the last enemy vessel surrendered or fled, Gabriel allowed himself a moment of relief. But it was short-lived. They had won this battle, but the war for the galaxy's future was a long way to go. With Earth in crisis and the Federation capital awaiting their arrival, Gabriel knew that the true challenges were just beginning. The Concordia, battered but unbroken, limped towards the Federation capital. Gabriel stared out at the star-filled void, the data crystal heavy in his pocket. Whatever came next, he knew that the decisions made in the coming days would shape the course of galactic history for generations to come. The Concordia limped through space, its hull scarred but its spirit unbroken. Gabriel stood on the bridge, his eyes fixed on the star-filled void beyond. The data crystal caused great concern in his pocket, a constant reminder of the responsibility he carried. Ambassador, Admiral Xanthor's gravelly voice broke through his thoughts. Repairs are complete. We're ready to proceed to our next destination. Gabriel nodded, turning to face the multi-eyed Admiral. Set course for Nexus Prime. We receive reports of another artifact activation there. As the ship's engines hummed to life, preparing for the jump to hyperspace, Gabriel's comm unit chimed with an urgent transmission. Gia's holographic image appeared, her face etched with concern. "Gabriel, we have a situation," she said, her voice tight. "A group of Terran purists, led by Colonel Marcus Blackwood, has escaped Earth. They've stolen advanced alien tech, and intelligence suggests they're headed for Nexus Prime." Gabriel's eyebrows furrowed. "Understood. We'll be ready for them. Stay safe, Gia." As her image faded, Gabriel turned to his team. "Looks like we're in for a fight. Crix, prepare our security teams. Dr. ZYX, 427, I need you to analyze every scrap of data we have on Nexus Prime's artifact." The Concordia surged into hyperspace, streaking towards a distant world and an uncertain confrontation. Upon arriving at Nexus Prime, they were greeted by chaos. The space around the planet was littered with debris, remnants of recent orbital battles between the planet's two dominant species, the Arizal and the Mirkari. "By the stars," Crix growled, his massive hands clenching the tactical console. "This complicates things." Gabriel watched as Crix navigated the treacherous field of space debris, the Concordia weaving between shattered hulls and drifting weaponry. As they approached the planet's atmosphere, Gabriel split his team into two groups. "Crix, you'll lead the diplomatic mission. Establish a neutral zone and get the Arizal and Mirkari leadership talking. Dr. ZYX, 427, you're with me. We're going after the artifact." Gabriel's team boarded a shuttle, piloted by a skilled Andromedan named Vex. As they descended towards the planet's surface, the sky erupted with anti-aircraft fire from both Arizal and Mirkari forces. "Evasive maneuvers," Gabriel shouted as energy beams lanced past their viewport. Vex tentacles danced across the controls, the shuttle rolling and diving to avoid the barrage. Despite the pilot's best efforts, a glancing hit sent them spiraling towards the dense jungle below. "Brace for impact," Gabriel called out, gripping his seat as the ground rushed up to meet them. The crash landing was violent but survivable. As the team stumbled from the wreckage, Gabriel assessed their situation. They were several kilometers from the artifact site, stranded in a hostile alien jungle. "Salvage what you can," he ordered. "We move out in 5 minutes." As they trekked through the dense foliage, Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles waved frantically, analyzing the alien flora and fauna. "Fascinating," the Arcturian muttered, "but highly dangerous. That plant to your left secretes a neurotoxin potent enough to paralyze a Crixian war beast." Gabriel stepped carefully around the innocuous-looking flora. The jungle was a riot of alien life, filled with bioluminescent plants and strange, chittering creatures. The team moved cautiously, guided by Dr. ZYX 427's expertise. As they neared the artifact site, Gabriel held up a hand, signaling the team to halt. Ahead, a group of Mirkari soldiers lay motionless on the ground. Dr. ZYX 427 moved forward to examine them. "They're alive but incapacitated. The energy signature. It matches the stolen Earth technology." Gabriel's eyes narrowed. "Blackwood. He's here." They approached the artifact site with heightened caution. Advanced sensor equipment revealed a hidden entrance to an underground complex, its design eerily similar to the Antarctic site on Earth. As Gabriel's team prepared to enter, a volley of energy blasts erupted from the jungle. They dove for cover as a mixed group of Arizal and Mirkari extremists emerged, their unlikely alliance focused on claiming the artifact. "Hold your fire," Gabriel shouted to his team. "Non-lethal force only." The firefight was intense, with Gabriel's team using the dense jungle for cover while trying to incapacitate their attackers. In the chaos, a stray shot struck a nearby rock formation, revealing it to be a holographic camouflage concealing an advanced ship. Colonel Blackwood stepped out, flanked by heavily armed Terran purists. His cold eyes locked onto Gabriel as he raised a weapon of clearly alien design. Well, Ambassador Reyes, Blackwood's voice carried across the battlefield. Seems we had the same idea. Gabriel assessed the situation quickly. They were outgunned and caught between three hostile forces. A direct confrontation could lead to the artifact's destruction or falling into the wrong hands. Fall back, Gabriel ordered his team. Regroup at Point Delta. As his team retreated into the jungle, Gabriel's mind raced. The artifact, the warring factions, Blackwood's stolen technology, it was all coming to a head. He knew that his next move would shape not just the fate of Nexus Prime, but potentially the entire galaxy. Night fell over the alien world as Gabriel outlined his plan to a select group of his most trusted team members. The distant sound of energy weapons and explosions provided a grim backdrop to their hushed conversation. "We infiltrate the complex while they're distracted fighting each other," Gabriel explained. "Dr. ZYX 427, you'll take point. Your knowledge of the Antarctic site might give us an edge in there." As they approached the hidden entrance, Gabriel activated his comm unit. "Crix, status report." The Crixian's gruff voice came through, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. "Progress, Ambassador. I convinced General Kriax and High Marshal Zolf Thursday to agree to a temporary ceasefire. Shared some choice bits about the artifact's potential benefits for both species. They're listening. For now." "Good work," Gabriel replied. "Keep them talking. We're going in." The team slipped into the ancient facility, navigating through corridors lined with technology that left even Dr. ZYX 427 awestruck. The deeper they went, the more Gabriel realized that this artifact was different from the one on Earth. Its purpose, its potential, felt vaster, more significant. They reached the central chamber just in time to see Colonel Blackwood standing before a massive, pulsing obelisk. As he reached out to touch it, the chamber walls flickered to life, projecting a holographic map of the galaxy. Points of light blinked across its expanse, other artifacts waiting to be discovered. Gabriel stepped forward, his voice echoing through the ancient chamber. "Step away from the artifact, Colonel." Blackwood turned, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and triumph. "You're too late, Reyes. The power of the ancients will ensure humanity's dominance across the stars." As Blackwood's hand closed around the artifact, energy crackled through the chamber. Gabriel knew he had mere seconds to act, to prevent a power beyond comprehension from falling into the hands of a dangerous fanatic. The fate of Nexus Prime, the artifact network, and the delicate balance of power in the Federation hung in the balance. Gabriel tensed, ready to make a move that would ripple across the galaxy and set the stage for the next phase of their interstellar mission. Adventure. Time seemed to slow as Gabriel watched Blackwood's hand inch closer to the artifact. In that moment, he made his decision. "Now!" Gabriel shouted, signaling his team into action. Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles whipped out, hurling a small device that erupted in a brilliant flash of light. The Terran purists recoiled, momentarily blinded. Gabriel seized the opportunity, sprinting towards the artifact's control panel. Blackwood, his military training kicking in, recovered quickly. He abandoned his position at the controls and lunged at Gabriel, tackling him to the ground. The two men grappled fiercely, rolling across the ancient chamber floor. Gabriel felt Blackwood's fist connect with his jaw, but he countered with a swift elbow strike, a move he'd learned from Crixian martial arts. The colonel stumbled back, giving Gabriel a split second to regain his footing. "You're fighting for the wrong side, Reyes," Blackwood growled, circling Gabriel. "Humanity should lead, not follow." Gabriel dodged a wild swing, responding with a quick jab to Blackwood's solar plexus. "We're stronger together," he countered, his voice steady despite the exertion. "The Federation isn't about following. It's about cooperation." As they exchanged blows, Dr. ZYX, for 27 slithered past the ongoing skirmish between their teams. The Arcturian's eyes darted across the alien interface, his tentacles flying over the controls. "Fascinating," he muttered. "The base structure is similar to the Antarctic site, but the energy matrix is far more complex." Gabriel caught a glimpse of the scientist's progress as he ducked under Blackwood's roundhouse kick. Using the Colonel's momentum against him, Gabriel executed a perfect throw, sending Blackwood crashing into a nearby console. "Dr. ZYX status," Gabriel called out, keeping his eyes on the temporarily stunned Blackwood. "Almost there, Ambassador," the Arcturian replied, his voice tense with concentration. "Initiating lockdown sequence. Now." The chamber hummed with energy as the artifact's glow dimmed. Blackwood scrambled to his feet, his face contorted with rage. "No!" he roared, snatching up an energy weapon from a fallen purist. The Colonel fired wildly, energy bolts ricocheting off ancient walls. One struck a support pillar, sending tremors through the structure. Dust and debris rained down as the chamber began to shake. "Everyone out!" Gabriel ordered, ducking behind a console as another energy bolt whizzed past his head. "Dr. ZYX, is the lockdown secure?" The Arcturian nodded, his tentacles still manipulating the controls. "Affirmative. The artifact is safeguarded against unauthorized activation." Gabriel's team began their retreat, using non-lethal stun weapons to clear a path through the Terran purists. As they reached the chamber's exit, a massive chunk of ceiling crashed down, nearly crushing Gabriel. "Ambassador!" one of his security officers called out, reaching back to pull him to safety. They raced through crumbling corridors, the sounds of collapse echoing behind them. Gabriel's comm unit crackled to life with Commander Crix's urgent voice. "Ambassador, the situation up here is deteriorating rapidly," the Crixian reported. "Rumors of the artifact's activation have reached both sides. The ceasefire is hanging by a thread." Gabriel cursed under his breath as they emerged into the alien jungle. The sky above was filled with the ominous shapes of Arizal and Mirkari warships, their weapons primed and ready. "Hold your positions," Gabriel instructed his team, stepping forward to address the gathered forces. A tense silence fell over the clearing as all eyes turned to the human ambassador. Gabriel took a deep breath, acutely aware of the weight of the moment. "People of Nexus Prime," he began, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "I stand before you not as a representative of Earth or the Federation, but as a witness to something far greater than our individual conflicts." He gestured to his diverse team, human, Crixian, Arcturian, and others, standing united despite their differences. "The artifact you seek is not a weapon to be wielded by any one species or faction," Gabriel continued. "It is part of a vast network, a legacy left by an ancient civilization. Its purpose is not to divide us, but to unite us in the pursuit of knowledge and understanding." Murmurs rippled through the assembled forces. Gabriel pressed on, his words gaining momentum. "I have seen firsthand the power of cooperation between species, the challenges we face, the mysteries of the universe, the threats that lurk in the darkness between stars. These are too great for any one of us to face alone. But together, we are stronger than we could ever imagine." As Gabriel spoke, he noticed a commotion at the edge of the clearing. Colonel Blackwood and his remaining purists were attempting to reach their hidden ship. Before Gabriel could react, a Federation cruiser descended from orbit, its weapons locked onto the Terran vessel. Commander Crix's voice boomed from the cruiser's external speakers. "Colonel Blackwood, your ship is surrounded. Power down your engines and prepare to be boarded." With their escape route cut off, Blackwood and his followers had no choice but to surrender. Gabriel watched as Federation peacekeepers took the Colonel into custody, a mixture of relief and sadness washing over him. Turning back to the Arizal and Mirkari forces, Gabriel saw the first signs of the ice breaking. Representatives from both sides approached, their body language cautious but open. "Perhaps," the Arizal general said slowly, "there is wisdom in your words, Ambassador Reyes." The Mirkari commander nodded in agreement. "We have fought for so long, we had forgotten how to listen. Maybe it's time we tried a different approach." As the two leaders began to discuss terms for a more permanent peace, Gabriel's comm unit chimed with an incoming transmission. Admiral Xanthor's holographic image appeared, his multiple eyes blinking rapidly with excitement. "Ambassador, your actions on Nexus Prime have not gone unnoticed," the Admiral said. "But we have a new situation developing. Another artifact has activated in an unexplored sector. Long-range scans indicate the presence of an unknown species at the site." Gabriel looked at his team. Seeing the same mix of exhaustion and exhilaration, he felt reflected in their faces. "Understood, Admiral. We'll depart immediately." As they boarded the Concordia, Gabriel couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Each artifact they encountered seemed to raise more questions than answers. And now, with the possibility of first contact with a new civilization, the stakes were higher than ever. The ship's engines hummed to life, lifting them off the surface of Nexus Prime. As they broke atmosphere, Gabriel watched the planet recede, its warring factions now taking their first tentative steps towards peace. "Set course for the Uncharted sector," Gabriel instructed the helm. "Let's see what new wonders and challenges await us out there." The Concordia's hyperdrive engaged, propelling them towards the unknown. As the familiar star patterns of known space gave way to uncharted territories, Gabriel prepared himself for whatever lay ahead. The next chapter of their cosmic journey was about to unfold, and he knew that the discoveries they made could change the face of the galaxy forever. The Concordia streaked through hyperspace, its crew tense with anticipation. Gabriel stood on the bridge, his eyes fixed on the swirling vortex of light ahead. As they approached their destination, he felt a familiar tingle of excitement mixed with apprehension. "Exiting hyperspace in 3, 2, 1, the navigation officer announced. The ship smoothly decelerated, the starfield snapping into focus around them. Immediately, the sensor array lit up with alerts. "Ambassador," the science officer called out, "we're detecting unusual energy readings from a nearby planet." Gabriel leaned forward, studying the holographic display. Composition? Earth-like, serve vast oceans, dense forests. The energy signature. It's unlike anything we've seen before. Gabriel's mind raced. Another artifact, possibly more powerful than the others they'd encountered. And if the long-range scans were correct, an unknown species in the mix as well. "Initiate full stealth protocols," Gabriel ordered. "We can't risk detection until we know more about the situation." As the Concordia slipped into orbit, Gabriel assembled his team. Commander Crix and Dr. ZYX. 427 joined him in the shuttle bay, along with a small group of specialists. "Remember," Gabriel briefed them, "we're here to observe and gather information. No unnecessary risks." They boarded the stealth shuttle, the craft's sleek design optimized for covert operations. As they descended through the planet's atmosphere, Gabriel couldn't help but marvel at the lush world below. Suddenly, the shuttle lurched, its control panels flickering. "What's happening?" Gabriel demanded, gripping his seat. The pilot, a Tellarite named Grax, fought with the controls. "Some kind of interference. Sir, it's affecting our systems." Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles danced over a diagnostic panel. "The artifact's energy field is far stronger than we anticipated. It's disrupting our technology." With a bone-jarring thud, Grax managed to land the shuttle in a small clearing. As the team exited, Gabriel realized the extent of their predicament. Most of their advanced equipment was non-functional, leaving them with only basic tools and weapons. We proceed on foot, Gabriel decided, shouldering a pack of supplies. Dr. ZYX, can you still track the energy signature? The Arcturian scientist nodded, holding up a simple handheld device. It's crude but effective. The signal is coming from that direction. They set off into the alien forest, the dense foliage unlike anything Gabriel had seen before. Bioluminescent plants pulsed with soft light, while strange, multi-limbed creatures scurried in the underbrush. After hours of arduous travel, they crested a hill and stopped short. Before them stood a massive structure, its organic curves blending seamlessly with the landscape. The artifact's energy signature emanated from within. Incredible, Dr. ZYX, for 27 whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. Gabriel was about to respond when he noticed movement near the building's entrance. A group of alien beings emerged, their bodies glowing with an inner light. They had 6 limbs and moved with a fluid grace that belied their agitation. First contact situation, Gabriel murmured to his team. Follow my lead. He stepped forward, hands raised in a universal gesture of peace. The aliens froze, their luminescence flickering in surprise. Using a combination of simple gestures and the limited translation capabilities of their remaining equipment, Gabriel managed to convey their peaceful intentions. The leader of the aliens, a tall, iridescent being, approached Gabriel. Through a series of complex gestures and the occasional translated word, she introduced herself as Zariel and conveyed that their world was in danger. Zariel led them into the structure, which Gabriel now realized was an ancient temple. Inside, suspended in midair, was a massive crystalline object pulsing with energy. Dr. ZYX, 427 immediately began examining the artifact, his tentacles manipulating what remained of their scanning equipment. After several tense minutes, he turned to Gabriel, his expression grave. Ambassador, this artifact is far more than a repository of knowledge. It's a device capable of manipulating the planet's tectonic activity. The Lumnari, that's what they call themselves, have been using it to prevent catastrophic earthquakes. Gabriel's mind reeled at the implications. But something's wrong, isn't it? Dr. ZYX, 427 nodded. The artifact's power is fading. Without intervention, this entire world could be torn apart. Before Gabriel could respond, alarms blared throughout the temple. Zariel's bioluminescence pulsed rapidly as she gestured frantically at a series of glowing symbols on the wall. Seismic activity is increasing, Dr. ZYX, 427 translated. We don't have much time. Gabriel's comm unit crackled to life, Commander Crix's voice barely audible through the interference. Ambassador, we have multiple ships entering the system. Federation vessels responding to our mission update, but there's another ship. Energy signature matches Blackwood's group. Gabriel's blood ran cold. How had the Terran purists escaped custody? And now they were here, drawn by the power of the artifact like moths to a flame. As the ground beneath them began to tremble, Gabriel knew he faced an impossible series of decisions. The fate of the Lumnari's world, the potential alliance with a new species, the power of the artifact, and the threat of Blackwood's fanatical group all hung in the balance. Gabriel took a deep breath, centering himself. He turned to his team, his voice steady despite the chaos unfolding around them. Dr. ZYX, I need options for stabilizing that artifact. Commander Crix, coordinate with the Concordia to delay Blackwood's ship. We're going to save this world, and we're going to do it right. As his team sprang into action, Gabriel locked eyes with Zariel. No words were necessary. The look they shared spoke volumes. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Ahead, the temple shuddered, dust and small debris raining down on them as the ground beneath their feet trembled ominously. We need to move fast, Gabriel said, his voice steady despite the chaos unfolding around them. Dr. ZYX, what do you need? The Arcturian scientist's tentacles danced over the artifact's surface, his multiple eyes darting between the ancient device and his makeshift scanning equipment. I need direct access to the core systems, he replied, his voice strained with concentration. There's an interface panel, but it's not responding to our technology. Zariel stepped forward, her bioluminescence pulsing with urgency. She placed her six-fingered hand on a seemingly blank section of the artifact. Instantly, a holographic display sprang to life, alien symbols scrolling rapidly across its surface. Fascinating, Dr. ZYX, 427 murmured, his tentacles flying over the new interface. The Lumnari's bioluminescent abilities allow them to interact with the artifact in ways we can't. Zariel, I need your help to navigate these systems. As the scientist and the Lumnari leader worked feverishly to stabilize the artifact, Gabriel turned his attention to the approaching threat. He activated his comm unit, fighting through the interference. Commander Crix, status report. The Crixian's voice crackled through the static. The Concordia is engaging Blackwood's ship, but the orbital battle is making it difficult to provide support. We've detected a small craft breaking through the atmosphere. They're headed your way, Ambassador. Gabriel's mind raced, formulating a defense strategy. He surveyed the temple interior, noting potential choke points and defensible positions. Understood, Commander. Do what you can to delay them. We need more time. Another violent tremor shook the temple, nearly knocking Gabriel off his feet. He steadied himself against a stone pillar, watching as fissures began to form in the ornate floor. Through the temple's massive windows, he could see the devastation spreading across the Lumnari world. In the distance, a massive tidal wave crashed against the shoreline, swallowing entire structures in its wake. Dr. ZYX, please tell me you're making progress, Gabriel called out, his voice tight with tension. The Arcturian's tentacles were a blur of motion as he worked. I've identified the problem, Ambassador. The artifact's power source is depleted. It needs a specific type of energy to reactivate fully. Gabriel's eyes widened as realization struck. He reached into his pack, pulling out a small, glowing shard. Like this, he asked, holding up the fragment of the Earth artifact they had encountered earlier. Dr. ZYX 427's eyes blinked rapidly in surprise. Exactly like that. How did you? No time to explain, Gabriel interrupted, rushing to the artifact. Where do I put it? Zariel guided Gabriel's hand to a recessed port in the artifact's surface. As soon as the shard made contact, the entire structure hummed to life. Brilliant light pulsed through intricate patterns etched into its surface, and the violent tremors began to subside. For a moment, hope surged through Gabriel. Then, without warning, a massive burst of energy erupted from the artifact. The electromagnetic pulse expanded outward, washing over them in a wave of invisible force. Every piece of electronic equipment in the temple went dark. The pulse! Dr. ZYX, 427 shouted. It's disabled all our systems. Gabriel's mind raced, understanding the implications. Their communications, weapons, and scanning equipment were all offline. But so were the systems of any ships in orbit, including Blackwood's. As if on cue, the sound of weapons fire echoed from outside the temple. Gabriel turned to Commander Crix, who had just entered the chamber. Blackwood's team, the Crixian confirmed grimly. They're using the confusion to make their move. Gabriel quickly organized their defenses, positioning Commander Crix and a group of Lumnari warriors at key points around the temple. He armed himself with a mix of Federation energy weapons and strange, organic-looking Lumnari devices that Zariel assured him would be effective. Taking up position at the main entrance, Gabriel heard the approaching footsteps of Blackwood's team. He took a deep breath, centering himself for the coming confrontation. The fate of the Lumnari world, The artifact's power and the delicate balance of interstellar relations all hung in the balance. The first of Blackwood's Terran purists rounded the corner, and Gabriel opened fire. Energy bolts and Lumnari bioprojectives lit up the alien forest, creating a dazzling and deadly light show. The two groups clashed in a furious battle, the temple's ancient stones bearing witness to a conflict that would shape the future of multiple species. As Gabriel ducked behind a fallen column, returning fire against his adversaries, he caught sight of a familiar face. Colonel Blackwood himself was advancing, his expression a mixture of willpower and fanatical zeal. Their eyes met across the battlefield, and in that moment, Gabriel knew that this confrontation was about more than just the artifact or the Lumnari world. It was a clash of ideologies, a battle for the very soul of humanity's place in the cosmos. With a grim determination, Gabriel vaulted over his cover and charged towards Blackwood. The two men met in a flurry of blows, their hand-to-hand combat a stark contrast to the energy weapons flashing around them. They grappled fiercely, each trying to gain the upper hand, their fight taking them dangerously close to the edge of a newly formed ravine. As they struggled, Gabriel became aware of a change in the air around them. The artifact's energy field was expanding, enveloping combatants from both sides. Weapons began to fail, and the aggression that had fueled the battle moments ago seemed to evaporate. Gabriel and Blackwood found themselves suddenly unable to continue their fight, the artifact's energy washing over them like a tide of clarity. In that moment of forced peace, Gabriel saw an opportunity. "Colonel," he said, his voice steady despite his labored breathing, "look around you. This is bigger than Earth, bigger than the Federation. We have a chance here to be part of something truly extraordinary." Blackwood's eyes darted around, taking in the awe-inspiring alien architecture, the advanced technology of the artifact, and the unique beauty of the Lumnari. For the first time, Gabriel saw a flicker of doubt in the man's expression. Before Blackwood could respond, the sound of Federation dropships filled the air. Admiral Xanthor's reinforcements had arrived, their systems apparently recovered from the electromagnetic pulse. As Federation peacekeepers secured the area, Gabriel noticed a new development with the artifact. It was transmitting a signal, a powerful beam of energy directed into the depths of space. Dr. ZYX, 427, approached, his expression a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Ambassador," the Arcturian said, "the artifact is fully activated now. But this signal, it's unlike anything we've encountered before. I believe it's attempting to communicate with other devices like itself, possibly in distant parts of the galaxy." Gabriel's mind reeled at the implications. As he watched Admiral Xanthor disembark from his shuttle, flanked by a team of diplomats and scientists, he knew that their mission had just become far more complex. The activation of the artifact and the signal it was broadcasting into space had changed the game entirely. The Admiral approached, his multiple eyes blinking rapidly as he took in the scene. "Ambassador Reyes," he said, his tone grave, "we have much to discuss. The situation in Federation space has evolved. This development with the artifact could not have come at a more critical time." Gabriel nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders once again. As he prepared to brief the Admiral on their discoveries, he couldn't help but wonder what new challenges awaited them. The artifact signal was reaching out across the stars, and whatever responded would undoubtedly shape the future of not just humanity, but all the species of the known galaxy. With a deep breath, Gabriel steeled himself for the conversations and decisions that lay ahead. The next phase of their journey was about to begin, and he had a feeling it would test the limits of interspecies cooperation and humanity's place in the cosmic order in ways they had never imagined before. The journey back to the Concordia was tense, filled with urgent discussions and hasty preparations. Gabriel found himself constantly moving between Admiral Xanthor, Dr. ZYX, 427, and the rest of his team, relaying information and coordinating their next steps. As they approached the ship, Gabriel's comm unit chimed with an urgent alert. "Ambassador," Lieutenant Vex's voice crackled through, "our long-range sensors have detected a massive energy surge in a distant star system. The frequency, it matches the artifacts." Gabriel's pulse quickened. He exchanged a meaningful look with Admiral Xanthor, whose multiple eyes blinked rapidly in response. "Change of plans," the Admiral announced. "We're investigating this new phenomenon immediately." Within hours, the Concordia, accompanied by a small fleet of Federation vessels, was en route to the Uncharted star system. Gabriel spent the journey working closely with Dr. ZYX, 427, poring over the data collected from the Lumnari artifact. They searched for any clues that might help them understand what awaited them. "These energy patterns," Dr. ZYX, 427 mused, his tentacles dancing over holographic displays, "they're unlike anything in our database. But there's a logic to them, a rhythm." Gabriel nodded, his eyes fixed on the swirling patterns. "Like a language we don't yet understand." As they approached the source of the energy surge, the ship's sensors began to light up with activity. Through the Concordia's view screen, an enormous structure came into view. It dwarfed anything Gabriel had ever seen, a space station easily 10 times the size of the largest Federation outpost. "By the cosmic winds," Commander Crix breathed, her scales shifting color in awe. The station orbited a dying star, its surface a maze of intricate patterns and pulsing lights. As they watched, tendrils of energy arced from the star to the station, feeding it power in a way that defied their understanding of physics. Suddenly, alarms blared across the bridge. "Tractor beam," Lieutenant Vex shouted. "We're being pulled in." Gabriel gripped the nearest console as the Concordia shuddered, caught in the station's inexorable pull. Admiral Xanthor barked orders, but it quickly became clear that resistance was futile. The other Federation ships attempted to intervene, only to be rebuffed by an impenetrable energy shield that sprang to life around the station. With a metallic groan, the Concordia settled into a massive docking bay. Gabriel took a deep breath, centering himself. "Admiral," he said, turning to Xanthor, "I request permission to lead an exploratory team into the station." The Admiral's expression was grim, but he nodded. "Proceed with caution, Ambassador. We don't know what we're dealing with here." Minutes later, Gabriel stood at the airlock with his team. Commander Crix, Dr. ZYX, 427, and a contingent of Federation security personnel. As they approached the station's entrance, it opened silently, as if inviting them in. The interior was a marvel of alien architecture. Vast, empty corridors stretched before them, their walls shimmering with an opalescent light. As they moved deeper into the station, Gabriel noticed something unsettling. The corridors seemed to shift and reconfigure behind them. "It's changing," Commander Crix said, her voice tight with tension. "We need to mark our path or we'll get lost in here." They pressed on, following the gentle pull of gravity towards what they hoped was the station's center. After what felt like hours of walking through the ever-changing labyrinth, they emerged into a vast chamber. The room was filled with holographic displays, each showing streams of data in an unfamiliar script. At the center stood a pillar of swirling energy, pulsing in time with the station's rhythm. Dr. ZYX, 427, moved towards one of the displays, his tentacles reaching out to interface with the alien technology. "Fascinating," he murmured. "The complexity of these systems is beyond anything I've ever—" His words were cut off by a sudden, high-pitched whine. The energy in the room shifted, coalescing into countless tiny points of light. Gabriel watched in amazement as these points swirled together, forming humanoid shapes. "Nanobots," Dr. ZYX, 427, gasped. "Advanced beyond anything we've encountered." Before Gabriel could respond, the nanobot construct surged forward, attacking with startling speed and precision. He ducked under a swinging arm, feeling the rush of air as it passed over his head. "Defensive positions," he shouted. drawing his weapon. Energy bolts flashed through the air, but the nanobots simply reformed after each hit. Commander Crix moved with fluid grace, her Crixian combat training on full display as she engaged the constructs in hand-to-hand combat. But even her formidable skills seemed inadequate against the ever-shifting forms of their attackers. As Gabriel rolled away from another assault, he caught sight of Dr. ZYX, 427. The Arcturian scientist had managed to access a communications terminal and was frantically inputting a series of codes. "Ambassador," Dr. ZYX, 427 called out. "These constructs, they're following a predetermined protocol. I believe I can." A burst of energy erupted from the terminal, washing over the room. The nanobot constructs froze mid-attack, then dissolved back into the station structure. In the sudden silence, Gabriel lowered his weapon, breathing heavily. "Good work, Doctor," he said. "Now, let's see if we can figure out what this place is and who built it." As they explored further, the station seemed to come alive around them. Holographic interfaces sprang to life, responding to their presence. They discovered databanks filled with information about a long-lost civilization, the creators of the artifacts, and this incredible station. Gabriel was about to call the team together to discuss their findings when a new hologram flickered to life before them. It was a message left eons ago by the station's builders. As it began to play, Gabriel felt a chill run down his spine. Whatever this message contained, he knew it would change everything. The holographic figure began to speak, its words translated by the station systems. "Greetings, inheritors," it said. "If you are receiving this message, then you have proven yourselves worthy of the legacy we left behind. But with this great power comes an equally great responsibility and a dire warning." Gabriel leaned forward, hanging on every word. The future of not just humanity, but all sentient species in the galaxy, hung in the balance. And he knew that whatever came next would test them all in ways they could never have imagined before. The holographic figure's words echoed through the vast chamber, its ethereal form flickering as it delivered its message. Gabriel leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the translucent image, absorbing every detail of this ancient being's appearance and mannerisms. "Our civilization faced a threat beyond imagination," the figure continued, its voice resonating with a mix of sorrow and grit. "We created this network of stations and artifacts to protect the younger races that would follow us. But our technology is not infallible. It requires stewardship, guidance, and, at times, intervention." As the message played on, Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles danced over the nearby console, capturing and analyzing every byte of data streaming through the station systems. Commander Crix stood at attention, her scales shifting colors in response to the gravity of the situation. The hologram flickered and vanished, leaving the team in stunned silence. Gabriel turned to his companions, his mind racing with the implications of what they had just learned. "We need to get this information back to the Federation immediately," he said, his voice steady despite the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. As they made their way back through the labyrinthine corridors of the station, Gabriel's comm unit chimed with an urgent message from Admiral Xanthor. "Ambassador," the Admiral's voice crackled through, "we've managed to stabilize the Concordia systems. What's your status?" Gabriel quickly briefed the Admiral on their discoveries, his words coming in a rush as he described the ancient builders' legacy and the potential threats they now faced. Xanthor listened intently, his multiple eyes blinking rapidly as he processed the information. "This changes everything," the Admiral said gravely. "Return to the Concordia at once. We need to convene an emergency session of the Federation Council." The next few days passed in a whirlwind of activity. As repairs on the Concordia and other Federation ships continued, Gabriel found himself at the center of a storm of diplomacy and scientific inquiry. He led a series of expeditions back into the station, each revealing new wonders and challenges. During one such expedition, Dr. ZYX 427 made a breakthrough that sent shockwaves through the assembled team. Ambassador, the Arturian called out, his tentacles gesticulating wildly. I've discovered a hidden chamber deep within the station's core. There's something inside, something incredible. Gabriel and Commander Crix followed the excited scientists through a series of newly revealed passageways. They emerged into a vast, circular room dominated by a pulsing sphere of energy. Surrounding the sphere was an array of crystalline structures that Gabriel recognized as quantum computer cores, far more advanced than anything in the Federation's arsenal. As they approached, the computer sprang to life, holographic displays blossoming around them. Data streamed across the screens faster than the eye could follow, but Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles moved with blinding speed, interfacing directly with the system. It's processing data from across the galaxy, the Arturian breathed, his voice filled with awe. And it's revealing the locations of dozens of previously undiscovered artifacts. The network is far more extensive than we ever imagined. Gabriel's mind raced with the possibilities. He turned to Commander Crix, noting the tense set of her shoulders. We need to secure this information immediately, he said. And we need to prepare for the fallout. Once word of this gets out. The Crixian nodded grimly. Every faction in the galaxy will want a piece of this technology. We could be looking at a new arms race. Or worse. As if on cue, Gabriel's comm unit chimed with an incoming transmission from Admiral Xanthor. Ambassador, the Admiral's voice was taut with tension. We're picking up multiple warp signatures approaching the system. It seems news of our discovery has already spread. I'm deploying additional Federation forces to secure the area, but we need to move quickly. Gabriel acknowledged the order, his mind already formulating plans. He turned to his team, seeing the persistence mirrored in their eyes. Dr. ZYX 427, continue your analysis of the quantum computer. Commander Crix, I need you to coordinate with the Federation security forces. We need to establish a defensive perimeter around the station immediately. As his companions moved to carry out their tasks, Gabriel took a moment to center himself. The chamber hummed with ancient power, the quantum computer's displays casting an otherworldly glow across his features. He knew that the decisions made in the coming days would shape the future of not just humanity, but all sentient species in the galaxy. With a deep breath, Gabriel activated his comm unit, preparing to deliver his report to the Federation Council. The station's vast corridors stretched before him, filled with untold secrets and potential. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he was determined to face them head-on, guided by the principles of cooperation and understanding that had brought humanity this far. As he began to speak, outlining the incredible discoveries and the looming threats, Gabriel couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a journey that would test the limits of interspecies cooperation and redefine humanity's place in the cosmos. Cosmic tapestry. The comm unit fell silent as Gabriel finished his report to the Federation Council. He turned to face his team, their expressions a mix of awe and grit. We have our orders, he said, his voice steady. We're to secure this station and its technology until a full Federation research team arrives. But fate had other plans. The station's alarms blared to life, startling the team. Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles flew across the holographic displays, decoding the incoming data. Ambassador, he called out, his voice tinged with urgency. We're receiving a distress signal from the outer reaches of the galaxy. It's the ancient defense system. Something's gone terribly wrong. Gabriel's mind raced. The ancient builders had warned of a threat, and now it seemed that threat was manifesting. He tapped his comm unit. Admiral Xanthor, we have a situation. Within hours, the Concordia, now fully repaired, was joined by a task force of Federation ships. The Horizon, a sleek exploration vessel, took point as they prepared for the journey to the galactic fringe. As they entered faster-than-light travel, Gabriel briefed the assembled captains and crews. "We don't know exactly what we're facing," he said, his eyes scanning the worried faces before him. "But we know it's big, and it's dangerous. Our primary mission is to assess and, if possible, neutralize the threat." The journey seemed to stretch on for an eternity, the vastness of space pressing in around them. Finally, with a flash of energy, the task force emerged at the edge of the galaxy. The scene that greeted them was one of chaos and destruction. Several peaceful colonies on nearby planets were under heavy assault from automated weapons platforms, their defenses crumbling under the onslaught of ancient technology gone haywire. Gabriel's voice rang out across the comm channels. Split into two groups. Commander Crix, lead the evacuation efforts. Focus on getting those civilians to safety. The rest of you with me. We're going after the defense system's control hub. As Commander Crix's ships peeled off towards the besieged colonies, Gabriel steered the horizon towards the heart of the malfunctioning defense network. The space around them lit up with energy blasts as the ancient weapons turned their attention to the new arrivals. "Evasive maneuvers," Gabriel called out, his hands gripping the command chair as the horizon shuddered under a near miss. Dr. ZYX, for 27, his tentacles interface with the ship's sensors, called out, "Ambassador, I'm detecting another vessel approaching. It's not one of ours." A sleek, heavily armed ship burst into view, its hull adorned with the unmistakable insignia of the Terran purists. Before Gabriel could react, the ship unleashed a barrage of advanced weaponry, forcing the horizon into a series of tight rolls and dives. "Return fire," Gabriel ordered, his mind racing to understand the purist's presence here. "And get me a channel to that ship." As the space battle raged around them, Dr. ZYX, for 27, worked feverishly at his station. "Ambassador," he called out, his voice filled with excitement despite the chaos, "I've analyzed the defense system's energy signatures. The AI, it's corrupted. Millennia of isolation have caused it to perceive all advanced civilizations as threats." Gabriel nodded grimly. "Can you override it?" The Arcturian's tentacles writhed in concentration. "Possibly. I'll need to get closer to the control hub, and I'll need time." Suddenly, the comm crackled to life. A deep, authoritative voice filled the bridge. "Federation vessel, this is Erebus of the Terran Purists. We propose a temporary alliance to shut down this defense system." Gabriel exchanged glances with his bridge crew, weighing the risks. Finally, he leaned forward. "Erebus, this is Ambassador Gabriel. We accept your proposal, but be warned. Any betrayal will be met with the full force of the Federation." With the unlikely alliance formed, the Horizon and the Purist ship combined their firepower, creating a breach in the defense system's outer shell. Gabriel led a boarding party, including Erebus and a small team of Purists, into the heart of the ancient construct. The interior was a maze of pulsing energy conduits and humming machinery. Security drones swarmed towards them, their weapons charged. Gabriel ducked behind a console as energy blasts scorched the air around him. "Push forward," he called out, returning fire. "We need to reach the central chamber." As they fought their way deeper into the construct, Gabriel's comm unit chimed. Dr. ZYX 427's voice came through, strained but excited. "Ambassador, I've completed the override program. I'm transmitting it to your suit computer now. It must be uploaded directly into the system's core to take effect." Gabriel acknowledged the transmission, his mind already formulating a plan. But as they reached the central chamber housing the AI core, Erebus revealed his true intentions. The Purist leader lunged for the main console, his eyes gleaming with fanatical zeal. "This technology will ensure human dominance in the galaxy," he shouted. "The Purists will lead humanity to its rightful place among the stars." Gabriel tackled Erebus, the two men grappling amidst the pulsing energy conduits of the AI core. Fists flew as they struggled for control, the future of the cosmos hanging in the balance. Ensign Morris, Gabriel called out between blows. The console, upload the program. The young officer scrambled towards the main interface, dodging energy pulses as the AI core reacted violently to their presence. Following Dr. ZYX 427's instructions, Morse began the upload process. Gabriel managed to pin Erebus, but the purist leader wasn't finished. He headbutted Gabriel, momentarily stunning him, and reached for his weapon. Suddenly, the chamber shook violently. Warning klaxons blared as the AI core initiated a self-destruct sequence. Gabriel, shaking off the blow, realized they were out of time. He sprinted to the console, joining Ensign Morris in a desperate race against the countdown. Energy pulses lashed out, incapacitating several team members. The air crackled with ozone as systems overloaded around them. With seconds to spare, Gabriel's fingers flew across the interface, inputting the final command sequence. The chamber fell silent, the pulsing energy fading to a gentle hum. Gabriel let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He turned to see Erebus and his purist team surrounded by Federation security officers who had fought their way into the chamber. "Take them into custody," Gabriel ordered, his voice weary but firm. He tapped his comm unit. "Admiral Xanthor, the defense system has been neutralized. We're secure here." As the immediate crisis passed, Gabriel allowed himself a moment of relief. But it was short-lived. The quantum computer they had discovered in the ancient station suddenly sprang to life, sending an urgent data burst. Dr. ZYX 427's voice came through the comm, filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Ambassador, long-range sensors are detecting unusual activity in uncharted space. It's coming from the direction where the ancient builders last encountered their mysterious threat." Gabriel straightened, his eyes scanning the now docile machinery around him. He realized that their mission was just the beginning. In fact, it seemed that the true challenge was only just beginning. Gabriel's mind raced with the implications of this new development. He tapped his comm unit, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "Dr. ZYX 427, I need you on the bridge immediately. Bring all the data you've collected from that burst transmission." Within minutes, the Arcturian scientist glided onto the bridge, his tentacles clutching a data pad. Gabriel gathered his senior staff around the central holodisplay as Dr. ZYX 427 interfaced with the ship systems. The quantum computer's transmission contained coordinates, the scientist explained, projecting a star map. "They point to a region of uncharted space, far beyond our current explored territories." Commander Crix leaned in, her sharp eyes scanning the display. "That's dangerously close to the theoretical boundary of our galaxy. What could be out there?" Gabriel's response was cut short as Admiral Xanthor's holographic form materialized above the display. "Ambassador, I've received your preliminary report. The Federation Council has authorized a deep space expedition to investigate this new development. You'll lead a task force, with the Horizon as your flagship." The bridge buzzed with activity as preparations began. Within hours, a fleet of Federation ships had assembled, their hulls gleaming in the starlight. Gabriel stood at the viewport, watching as the last of the support vessels took formation. "All ships report ready, Ambassador," Ensign Morris announced from his station. Gabriel nodded, his gaze fixed on the stars ahead. "Set course for the coordinates. Maximum warp." The journey stretched on for days, the task force pushing their engines to the limit. Dr. ZYX 427 worked tirelessly, analyzing the data burst and theorizing about what they might encounter. As they approached the designated coordinates, the ship's sensors began picking up unusual readings. Gabriel ordered the fleet to drop out of warp, emerging into a sea of swirling energy patterns. What are we looking at? Gabriel asked, his eyes wide as he took in the spectacle before them. Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles danced across his console. It appears to be some kind of energy barrier, Ambassador. It stretches for light years in every direction. Commander Crix's voice was tense as she reported, "Sir, I'm detecting a series of satellites maintaining the barrier. They're heavily shielded, almost invisible to our sensors." Gabriel's mind raced, formulating a plan. Dr. ZYX 427, can we use any of the technology we salvaged from the ancient station to penetrate this barrier? The Arcturian scientist considered for a moment before responding. Possibly. I can modify some of our probes with the reverse-engineered technology. It might allow us to create localized disruptions in the energy field. Make it happen, Gabriel ordered. He turned to his communications officer. Inform the rest of the fleet. We're going to attempt to breach this barrier. Hours passed as Dr. ZYX 427 and his team worked feverishly to modify the probes. Finally, they were ready. Gabriel watched from the bridge as the small, unmanned devices were launched towards the shimmering barrier. The first few attempts failed, the probes disintegrating as they hit the energy field. But on the fourth try, a small aperture appeared, flickering like a candle in the wind. "We have a breach," Ensign Morris called out, his voice filled with excitement. Gabriel didn't hesitate. "Helm, take us in. The rest of the fleet will hold position here." The horizon glided forward, slipping through the opening just as it began to close behind them. As they emerged on the other side, a collective gasp echoed across the bridge. Before them lay a hidden star system, dominated by a massive structure that defied belief. A ring world, its surface area equivalent to millions of Earth-sized planets, orbited the system's central star. "My God!" Gabriel breathed, awe evident in his voice. "What have we stumbled upon?" Before anyone could respond, the ship's proximity alarms blared to life. Commander Crix's hands flew across her tactical display. "Ambassador, we're being surrounded. Thousands of ships, multiple designs, some I've never seen before." Gabriel straightened, his mind shifting into diplomatic mode. "Open a channel, all frequencies. We need to establish contact before this turns into a firefight." As the crew worked to establish communication, Gabriel stared out at the fleet encircling them. He knew that whatever happened next would shape the course of galactic history. The horizon hung in space, a lone ship facing an armada of unknowns, while behind them, the energy barrier shimmered, hiding this incredible discovery from the rest of the galaxy. "Channel open, sir," the communications officer reported. Gabriel took a deep breath, steadying himself. He stepped forward, ready to make first contact with whoever or whatever controlled this hidden realm. The fate of not just his crew, but potentially all known civilizations, rested on what he said next. "This is Ambassador Gabriel of the United Federation of Planets," he began, his voice clear and strong. "We come in peace, seeking knowledge and understanding. We request an audience with your leaders." The bridge fell silent as they waited for a response, the tension palpable. The future of interstellar relations hung in the balance, and Gabriel knew that every word, every action from this point on would be crucial. Crucial. Time seemed to slow as he waited for a response, the vastness of space stretching out before them. Suddenly, a ripple of movement caught Gabriel's eye. A massive shape emerged from behind the ring world, its surface a writhing mass of dark, shifting matter. The bridge erupted into a flurry of activity as sensors struggled to process the readings from this new arrival. "Ambassador," Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles trembled as he spoke. "That vessel. It's unlike anything in our database. Energy readings are off the charts." Before Gabriel could respond, the ship's comm system crackled to life. A deep, resonant voice filled the bridge, each word seeming to reverberate through the very fabric of space-time. "Federation vessel," the voice intoned. "You have breached the sanctuary. Your presence here cannot be tolerated." Gabriel's mind raced, quickly assessing the situation. The massive alien ship clearly outgunned them, and the fleet of smaller vessels still surrounded the horizon. He needed to buy time. "This is Ambassador Gabriel," he replied, keeping his voice steady. "We come seeking knowledge and understanding. We mean no harm to your sanctuary." There was a pause, filled only by the low hum of the horizon systems. Then, without warning, the massive ship began to move. Its surface rippled and shifted, sections of its hull reconfiguring before their eyes. "Evasive maneuvers," Gabriel shouted, gripping the arms of his chair as the horizon banked sharply to port. A beam of crackling energy lanced out from the alien vessel, narrowly missing the horizon's starboard nacelle. The ship shuddered under the near miss, alarms blaring across the bridge. "Shields at 80%, Commander Crix reported, her fingers flying over the tactical console. "That was just a warning shot, so they could have vaporized us." Gabriel nodded grimly. "Open a channel to the task force. We need to coordinate our efforts." As he relayed orders to the fleet waiting beyond the barrier, Gabriel's mind was already formulating a plan. They were outgunned in an unknown territory, but they had one advantage: the element of surprise. "Dr. ZYX, 427, he called out. "Can we use the technology from the ancient station to disrupt that ship's energy field?" The Arcturian scientist's tentacles writhed in concentration as he analyzed the data streaming across his console. "Possibly, Ambassador, but we need to get much closer to have any effect." Gabriel's eyes narrowed as he watched the alien vessel maneuver into position. It was now or never. He tapped his comm badge, opening a channel to the entire ship. "All hands, this is the Ambassador. Prepare for emergency maneuvers. We're going in." With a nod to his helmsman, Gabriel gave the order. The horizon surged forward, engines straining as they pushed to maximum impulse. The massive alien ship loomed before them, its surface a chaotic dance of shadow and light. As they closed the distance, smaller craft from the Ringworld's defense fleet moved to intercept. Energy weapons flared across the void, creating a deadly light show around the horizon. "Shields at 60%, Crix reported, her voice tense. "We can't take much more of this, sir." Gabriel gritted his teeth, watching as they drew ever closer to their target. "Just a little further," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Suddenly, a familiar voice crackled over the comm system. "Ambassador, this is Admiral Xanthor. We've breached the barrier and are moving to assist. Hold on." Relief washed over Gabriel as he saw the rest of the task force emerge from the energy field, weapons blazing. The distraction was all they needed. "Now, Doctor," Gabriel shouted. Dr. ZYX. 427 activated the modified systems, sending a concentrated burst of energy directly at the alien vessel. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, with a ripple that seemed to distort space itself, a section of the ship's hull destabilized. "We've created a weak point," the Arcturian reported, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Gabriel didn't hesitate. "All weapons, target that area. Fire!" The horizon unleashed its full arsenal, joined by a barrage from the newly arrived task force ships. The combined firepower struck the alien vessel's compromised section, tearing through its defenses. As the battle raged around them, Gabriel realized this was only the beginning. The Void Collective Scout ship, as he now understood it to be, was just the first wave of a much larger threat. The real challenge lay ahead, and the fate of not just this hidden system, but the entire galaxy, hung in the balance. With renewed commitment, Gabriel began coordinating with Admiral Xanthor and the Ringworld's defense fleet. They had won this skirmish, but the war was nowhere near the end. As he issued orders and planned their next move, Gabriel couldn't help but wonder what other secrets and dangers this hidden realm held, and what cosmic horrors they might soon face. As the dust settled from their narrow victory against the Void Collective scout ship, Gabriel knew this was only the beginning. He quickly called for an emergency meeting with the Ringworld Council and his command staff to discuss their next steps. The Horizons conference room buzzed with tension as representatives from various species gathered around the holographic display. Gabriel was about to begin when the door slid open, revealing an unexpected face. Zariel. Gabriel's eyebrows rose in surprise as the Lumnari leader strode into the room, her bioluminescent skin pulsing with commitment. Ambassador, she nodded, her large eyes scanning the assembled group. I insisted on accompanying your task force. After our previous encounter, I felt a responsibility to see this through. Gabriel gestured for her to take a seat, a mix of emotions crossing his face. Her presence was a stark reminder of how far they'd come since their first meeting on her world. As the council began presenting their plan, the gravity of the situation became clear. The massive structure of the ring world itself was revealed to be an ancient artifact of immense power. Combined with other known artifacts, it could create an interdimensional rift capable of banishing the Void Collective to another reality. There's just one problem, a council member explained, their holographic form flickering slightly. Someone needs to manually activate the artifacts from within the Void Collective space. A heavy silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. It was a virtual suicide mission. Gabriel stood, his voice steady. I'll do it. The response was immediate. Commander Crick shot to her feet, her voice sharp with concern. Ambassador, you can't. It's too dangerous. Dr. ZYX 427's tentacles writhed agitatedly. The risk is unacceptable. We need you here, coordinating our efforts. But it was Ariel's reaction that caught Gabriel off guard. The Lumnari leader's skin flashed with a rapid series of colors, her voice filled with an emotion he couldn't quite place. No, Gabriel, there must be another way. As the protest continued, Gabriel raised a hand for silence. The decision is made. We don't have time for alternatives. Prepare the shuttle and the artifacts. We move as soon as the Void Collective's main force arrives. The meeting adjourned, a flurry of activity erupting as preparations began. As Gabriel made his way to the shuttle bay, he felt a presence behind him. Turning, he found Zariel, her bioluminescence subdued. Walk with me, he said, slowing his pace to allow her to fall and step beside him. For a moment, they walked in silence, the hum of the ship's systems filling the air. Finally, Zariel spoke, her voice uncharacteristically soft. You know, when we first met, I hated Earth. Hated humans. She paused, her skin rippling with a mix of shame and something else. But you've shown me a different side of your species. Your dedication to galactic peace, your willingness to sacrifice everything for others, even those who once saw you as enemies. Gabriel stopped, turning to face her. Zariel's eyes met his, filled with an intensity that took him aback. I've come to admire you, Gabriel, she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. More than that, I've developed feelings for you. Before Gabriel could respond, alarms blared throughout the ship. The Void Collective's main force had arrived. As they rushed to the shuttle bay, Gabriel's mind raced, trying to process Ariel's confession amidst the chaos of the impending battle. The massive view screen showed a terrifying sight. A vast armada of reality-warping ships that seemed to darken the very stars themselves. The combined fleets of the task force, the Ring World, and hastily assembled Federation reinforcements engaged the enemy. Energy weapons flared across the void, creating a deadly light show that stretched as far as the eye could see. Gabriel boarded the specially modified shuttle, his heart pounding as he began the pre-flight sequence. As the bay doors opened, revealing the chaos of the battle beyond, He felt a presence behind him. Spinning in his seat, he found Zariel, her expression a mix of defiance and commitment. "What are you doing here?" Gabriel demanded, even as his hands continued to work the controls. "I won't let you do this alone," she replied, strapping herself into the co-pilot seat. "Two have a better chance than one." There was no time to argue. With a nod of grudging respect, Gabriel engaged the engines and the shuttle shot out into the fray. As they navigated through the reality-bending space around the Void Collective ships, Gabriel and Zariel worked in tandem, their earlier tension replaced by a focused synergy. The laws of physics seemed to break down around them, creating mind-bending landscapes that tested both their piloting skills and their sanity. "There!" Zariel called out, pointing to a massive structure pulsing with otherworldly energy. "That must be the central node." Gabriel nodded, adjusting their course. As they approached, he began the activation sequence for the artifacts, his fingers flying over the controls with practiced precision. Beside him, Zariel's skin began to glow with increasing intensity. "I can use my bioluminescence to disrupt their sensors," she explained, her voice strained with concentration. "It won't buy us much time, but it might be enough." As the artifact network powered up, creating visible distortions in the fabric of space-time, the Void Collective became aware of their presence. Tendrils of dark energy lashed out at their shuttle, threatening to tear it apart. Gabriel and Zariel fought to keep the ship intact, their movements perfectly coordinated despite the chaos surrounding them. Warning alarms blared as the shuttle systems were pushed to their limits. With seconds to spare, Gabriel completed the activation sequence. A blinding light engulfed their shuttle as the interdimensional rift began to form. The Void Collective ships were drawn towards a rift, their matter distorting and stretching as they were pulled into another reality. In that final moment, as the rift expanded rapidly around them, Gabriel made a split-second decision. His hand shot out, pushing Zariel towards the escape pod. "Gabriel, no!" she cried, her skin flashing with a riot of colors. "Someone has to ensure the rift's stability," he shouted over the roar of energy surrounding them. "Go!" Their eyes met one last time as the pod's door sealed, conveying a depth of emotion that transcended species and cultures. With a final push of a button, Gabriel launched the escape pod, watching as it shot away from the shuttle and the expanding rift. As the rift consumed the Void Collective's fleet and the shuttle with Gabriel inside, he closed his eyes, a sense of peace washing over him. He had done his duty, protected those he cared about, and perhaps, just perhaps, saved the galaxy. The last thing he saw before the blinding light engulfed him completely was the image of Zariel's face, her bioluminescence etched into his memory like a beacon in the darkness of space.
You have reached the end of the story. If you enjoyed this story and want to support us, please leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and for every comment that says 88, I will heart every single one of them. Thank you for your time.